Hello everybody, welcome back to Vox Syreni Plays in Ace Investigation. Sorry about the 3-minute delay there. Um, I mistimed my warm-up for the session, so sorry about that. I warm up my voice when I get ready for streaming to protect it simply. When you speak a lot like you do when you're streaming, it is really good idea to do some vocal warm-ups. Especially because I also do like a lot of voice acting, a lot of weird voices. It's just generally better for everything. But yeah, let's get into it. March 13th, 2:34 p.m. Wild West area. And it's been 2 weeks since I last played this, so I don't remember what voice I gave everyone. So now everything's gonna be jumbled up. Sorry about that. Looks like we got the boot again. With land safe, the focus of the investigation will shift solely onto the murder. You mean the infighting between the kidnappers? Yes, and also the identity of the remaining kidnapper. Miles, my boy. Yes. Tell me it's true. Tell me that you really found my boy. Yes, Mr. Amano. We found him earlier in the stadium. Then my little Lance is unhurt. He is not exactly the picture of perfect health, but his life is not endangered. He has been questioned right now by Agent Lang. Poor Lance, it must have been so horrible for him. Locked up in a... Miles, my boy, I can't thank you enough. It was nothing. I'm still in shock over what happened to Oliver, but I have to say I'm relieved that Lance is alright. Oh, yes. Oh, that's right. I must have forgotten to pass this on to Lance as soon as the police are finished with him. A letter. Ah, the way Lance is being chased after by women reminds me of someone I know. I almost believe I received yet another love letter, you know. Here, take a look for yourself. Isn't this a breach of confidentiality? My dear Lance Amano, may I come see you again? Your beloved Viola. It's a very simple love letter. Okay, let me see. That's really weird. It's from a loan company, Tender Lender. Looks more like a collection bill to me. I forgot there was a reference to the Tender Lender in here. I generally enjoy references to old Ace Attorney cases, but also just generally Viola was the best part of that case, while everything else kinda sucked. Yeah, I stand by that. Fury D. Tigre is awful, and so is Gene Armstrong. Do I have anything I can present that matters? Like, not really. I mean, there's a chance he recognizes this. And this was found on the body of the butler. Oliver. But what strikes me as odd is the name engraved on the back, Colin de Voray. Oh, Colin de Voray, the Delane? He's so sad that he's got it all mixed up in his mind. I understand, but that last one wasn't even close. Well, let's talk to the girlfriend. No, the girlfriend, Edgeworth. He loves me not. He loves me not. Oh, that's the 12th one. No, you can't give up, Lauren. Just one more try. Excuse me, but I can't help but feel a bit sorry for all the flowers you've gone through. I suppose if they were me, then... I believe you said that you are Lance's girlfriend when we first met, correct? Yes, I am, but oh, it's not like we both think of each other as lovers. But he did give me this ring, so I guess we're not just friends either? I mean, because this is just any ordinary ring. It tastes so sweet when you lick it. Oh, it's so wonderful. You mean to tell me that he gave you a lollipop ring? So which is it? Have you guys not decided if you're going out, or is it just one-sided? Decided? Shouldn't the parties involved naturally just know? My father used to work for Mr. Amano, and so Lance and I grew up together. I said it out loud. I don't see how that's anything to be embarrassed about. So your father was an employee of the Amano group. What did he do? I heard his job was to fly around the world. On a Pegasus? A Pegasus? Oh, Pegasus was the name of the airplane. The airplane belonged to the company. You had me there for a second. But now, it's all changed. My father, he isn't around anymore. Oh, I see. About 10 years ago, he rode in Pegasus off somewhere and I never returned. Ride in Pegasus to whereabouts unknown. Sounds like the stuff of legends. It's been so long, I don't think I'd recognize him if we were to ever meet again. I'm so sorry, Lauren. But I won't give in to the sadness. I have to live. Yes, Lauren, live. About this incident. Incident? But isn't the kidnapping already over and dealt with? I've been here the whole time, so I'm afraid I don't know much about any other incident. How did you come to know that Lance had been kidnapped? Oh, that's because of my woman's intuition. You based everything on that. I know everything when it comes to my Lance. It's really strange. It really must be destiny. She started fantasizing again. So what are you going to do now, Mr. Edgeworth? We already established that there is a good chance that the killer is the other kidnapper. It's my duty to figure out who this other person is, even though I am technically not on the case and Shilong Lang is the one who is doing the investigation. I believe there is one location that might hold a clue too. The obvious location is the kidnapper's hideout, but we're still not allowed in, remember? Agent Lang and his men should be done with this area. In that case, there's no harm in asking that officer over there to let us in. It's time to go and ask the officer to let us in. Yes, what do you have to report? Sir, nothing unusual or out of the ordinary, sir! Where have I heard such redundancy before? Is it possible for you to let us take a look around inside? Sir! Roger, sir! That was surprisingly hassle-free. Are you certain? Didn't Agent Lang order you not to allow me in? Sir! That's true, sir, but Detective Gumshoe asked me personally to let you in, sir. And I couldn't refuse a request from him. Wow, looks like Detective Gumshoe has a following. Furthermore, I was asked to give this document to you, sir. What is this? The man in this picture, isn't this Mr. Oliver Deacon? But the name here says Colin Devoray. Whereabouts are known after his escape from Pennyden Prison. Stole a gun from a guard during his escape. We thought he might head for where his wife and sole daughter are, but despite our surveillance, he has not. He has yet to show up. It's hard to read stuff that is underneath all the text. And that's the name, same name as the one on the back of the pendant. It appears that Colin Devoray was his real name. What's this? He was convicted in a case 10 years ago and sent to prison. What? Then what is he doing here? Apparently he broke out of jail and then just vanished. He must have become Oliver Deacon to cover up the fact that he was an escaped felon. Now, I'm not sure what's going on anymore. Is there some sort of a link between the victim's past and his current case? These police documents are rather detailed. I should take the time to give them thorough read eventually. It's fine, let's focus on one thing at a time, starting with the kidnapper's hideout. Yeah, I agree. We should investigate it first. Think later. More than thinking things through, I think you should try remembering things first. Now then, if you could please unlock the door, officer. It was locked up until a little while ago, but since then the door's been wide open, sir. I'm not sure I follow. What is you're saying? Care to explain it in a bit more detail? Sir, the door was locked tight when they went to check out the room. So they got about 10 officers to help out and break the door down, sir. I see. I guess that means I get Agent Lang's leftovers. Well, let's see what we find. March 13th to 2:55 p.m. A kidnapper's hideout, yes. So this is where the kidnappers planned their foul deed. While you were tied up for a while in the room next door. Okay, please must you bring that up again? Now then, down to business. There might still be some clues left in this room. I was very tempted to go, let's get down to business. Let's try to find out what we can of the other kidnapper's identity. Beyond this door is where the kidnappers held you after getting the jump on you. Must you keep reminding me? But it's the room where we got to see your awesome face. You didn't need to remind me of that mortifying moment either. I won't rest until I inspected every suspicious looking nook and cranny. Cheap styrofoam cups. Looks like only 3 cups were used. I wonder what this key is to. You got me. It reminds me of the key we found in the other room. That's it. This must be the key for one of those trapdoors. That wasn't a trapdoor. You only called it because you quite literally jumped into it. Hey! But isn't that what you're supposed to do when you see one? I am not having this conversation with you. Now, there's a map here. A poster of Gatewater Land is stuck on this wall. Intrigue, fun, prestige. The Gatewater Land has it all. And it's waiting for you. It's not especially catchy, is it? Folding chairs, and by the looks of it, they were probably used by the kidnappers. And 3 chairs sit around the table. The common denominator between the cups and the folding chairs is the number 3. Speaking of which, the number of missing costumes is also 3. Wait, but I thought there were only 2 kidnappers. Indeed, something isn't adding up, literally. Is it possible there is a 3rd kidnapper that Lance didn't see? I mean, everything's a possibility. Watch out, Mr. Edgeworth. It's a broken mirror. It probably came from the haunted house. Why is this here? Are they planning to repair it? Hey, there's a trapdoor in this room too. It is not a trapdoor. It is an entrance to an underground passage, Kay. I know that. The door leading to the outside world was locked. The Lance must have escaped his prison through here. Oh, they have barrels like these just outside. Yes, and? Well, I know I already asked you when we were out there, but if these were real, what would you put in them? There's an expectant gleam in her eyes that I'm about to dash. And that seems to be the bulk of it. This door is thoroughly broken thanks to the police who forced it open. I won't rest until I inspected every suspicious looking nook and cranny. Looks like a sword, a broken sword. Strange. Why would it be broken like that? Swords don't usually break on their own. That's true. Alright then, let's think about it in this way. Maybe it broke when someone was trying to use it for or on something. Hypotheticals aren't going to get us anywhere. Perhaps we should think more on this later. Honestly, quite obvious. The doorknob handle thingy is looking pretty beat up. I suppose that's what happens when the officers break their way in with brute force. Hey, that's odd. The lock on this is completely fine. Look, not a single dent. But how is it possible after what that officer told us? Yeah, if the lock had been in use when the door was busted down, then the lock itself should be completely wrecked. So the lock on the door leading outside is undamaged. How can that be? How indeed, Mr. Edgeworth, how indeed. It's a bit strange that the police had to force their way into an unlocked room. One look at the pristine door lock, and anyone can see that it was not in use at the time. But the policeman outside said that it took 10 men to get it open. A door that was locked tight despite it being not locked at all. It can only be because of this. Oh, you mean... Yes, it was used to jam the door. Here, take a look at the door handle. Now, do you see how the handle is completely destroyed? So that's how the sword broke. I thought that we might uncover the true identity of the kidnappers, but instead we only uncovered more questions that need to be answered. Oh! What is this? Well, well, well. What have we here? Mr. Edgeworth, am I correct? What are you doing suddenly popping out like that? Of the secret entrance like that? This is an underground passage used by staff members, sir. We badgers also make use of it in our duties. Looks like... Look, why don't you get out of there first and then we'll talk, okay? Ah, I beg your pardon, miss. Proto badger get. Alright, only one more to go. Apologies. What are you getting all excited about? How did you forget? The photo rally, duh! See, look now all I have to do is get the picture of the Bat Badger and I'm done. Ah yes, I vaguely recall a contest or something of that sort. What? It's gone! But where did it go? What happened? What's wrong? The Bat Badger costume is missing, sir! Oh, is that all? Well, it's missing because the kidnappers stole it. I heard about how they were stolen, but they said that only 3 of the costumes had been taken. What? Is he saying that more than 3 of them are gone? Mr. Proto Badger, please tell me a little more about these costumes you use. What do you mean by a Bat Badger costume is missing? Why, that's what I said, sir. We are 1 Bat Badger short. Counting the spares, we have 2 of each costume on hand at all time. Okay, so because one of them is walking around in the park, the other should be in that room. Actually, both of them should be in that room. What do you mean? Normally we don't use the Bat Badger costume. In fact, we only use them during a certain event at a set time each day. It's the stage show where the Bat Badger wreaks havoc around the park. And the other badgers must work together to apprehend him, sir. I'm speechless that such a show exists. Well, sir, I was just trying to explain to you the only time we use that costume. Then doesn't that make it near impossible to take a picture of the Bat Badger? Personally, I can't believe that it's this close to the showtime and there's no costume. Oh dear, what am I to do, sir? All this basically means that the kidnappers stole 4 costumes in total. Then are you saying that there are 4 kidnappers? No, I don't think that's very likely. Oh? Recall the costumes for a minute. The stolen ones, you mean? What proves that the 4th kidnapper does not exist? That is a good question. What does indeed prove it? Like, what is out of place here? I'm gonna have a close look at my DS screen for a moment here. I have no idea. I'm just guessing now. If you had 4 people and you had wanted to steal a 4th costume, wouldn't you naturally go for the full set and steal the badger costume instead? Yeah, that makes sense. And yet the kidnappers decided to steal another bad badger. I believe the cops needed 2 bad badger costumes, but the question is why? The 4th stolen costume by the 3-person kidnapping group. Where's the other costume? I guess correctly? I was wondering if you don't mind, Mr. Proto Badger, how did you know my name? You're pretty famous, sir. I would think that most people would know who you are. Famous? Me? Absolutely, sir. You're always very active in the community, I hear. Wow, I didn't know you were such a celebrity, Mr. Edgeworth. I feel like I met this person before. Maybe it's just my imagination. This must be where they disposed of the old and worn-out costumes. That's so sad. It would seem that they throw the costumes away in pieces. Yeah, there is a trash bin for old and useless costumes. No, they're not that obviously linked together, are they? The second bad badger costume. I believe it may be closer at hand than we think. What do you mean? The costume in the trash. Wouldn't you say that it's wearing some very telltale pants? Hey, you're right. Let's get it out there and take a look. As I suspected, it's a bad badger costume. Well, minus the head. I would residents expected every suspicious looking nook and cranny. Like always. Let's have a look at this, shall we? Look, its hand is hurt. It looks more like something was ripped off of it. I wonder why this bad badger costume's right hand is torn up like that. Maybe it's flesh wound from a fight with the blue badger? I always knew the blue badger was one ferocious beast. I somehow doubt that even a real badger are as bloodthirsty as that, Kay. Is this spot somehow connected to any of the evidence I hold? This is what happens when it's been 2 weeks. I can't remember anything. But we'll make it through. I believe what we have here is an inconsistency. Between what? Look carefully. Our costume is not holding something in its right hand that it should be. Oh, the gun! Precisely. The bad badger was designed to always hold a gun in his right hand. However... You there, did you remove the gun from this bad badger's right hand? No, I did not, sir. The gun is supposed to be securely attached to the costume. As I thought. the rip itself confirms my hypothesis that the gun was forcibly removed. Mr. Protobadger, the gun is of course not a functioning weapon, correct? Absolutely not, sir. It's just a model gun. However, it can fire blanks. We need to use them for the stage show. It seems that our kidnapper also had a need for the model gun. My dear costume friend. Hey there, Maddie. Nice to see you. I think we're about done with this room. So what's next? Well, we found a few new answers, but there are still a few things left that we have to ask a certain person about. Let's go, Kay. It is time. March 13th, 3:34 p.m. Wild Wild West area. Mr. Edgeworth, sir. You gotta come, sir. What is it, detective? They found a blue badger costume down in the front of the main gate, sir. What? Isn't that one of the kidnappers was wearing? Bingo. That's why you gotta come to the main gate with me right now. If we hurry, we might be able to get there before Wolfboy does, sir. Alright, let's make haste to the main gate. March 13th, 3:45 p.m. Gatewaterland main gate. Yes. Where's the costume, Detective Gumshoe? Just on the other side of the fountain, sir. Was it out here in the open all along? No, it was discovered in the tall grass back there. We moved it out in order to examine it more thoroughly. Then let's get down to it. I won't rest until I won't shut up about this default phrase that I keep saying every time we're suspecting something. What do we have here? It's another pendant. That's 2 treasures in one day. How lucky is that? And hey, this pretty baby's made out of platinum silver too. Another pendant on top of the one we found on Mr. Deacon. Is it possible that these two... Hold it right there! I swear those are the dumbest looking sunglasses I ever seen. Like, wow.
Hands off, Mr. Prosecutor. You sure know how to cross the line, don't you? A pendant, huh? Well, this is a very decisive evidence indeed.
How can you tell? Look there and read off what you see. Lauren! Hey, it's a name that's engraved on this. Miss Pop's pendant dated jot down the organizer.
Aha! We have you now, Miss Kidnapper.
No, you don't understand. Lolly, I can't believe you were one of my kidnappers. Lance! You're kidding, Miss Pops was one of the kidnappers? Yes, it was me. I held Lance hostage. So Miss Pops is one of the kidnappers. But even knowing that, I can't call this case solved or over.
Hey guys, case closed. Get the car ready. And I mean the special one for this young lady. Again, Mr. Prosecutor. What is it this time?
Are you proposing that Miss Pops is also culprit in the murder case? What happened? I thought Officer Meekins was your suspect.
We found it.
Found what?
That officer's gun. He literally dropped it in the middle of a thick patch of grass. The unconscious police are a sham. Just look at how careless they are. Who are you calling a sham? The officer's gun didn't show signs of having been fired, so it can't be the murder weapon. Officer Meekins has been cleared of all charges, I see. And that's when a brand new suspect comes walking onto the scene. The murder only happened because the kidnappers started fighting amongst themselves. As I recall, it was you who said that, right, Mr. Prosecutor?
Miss Pops, did you really kill Mr. Deacon? Yes, I killed him. I can't believe it.
Oh, thanks for the confession. Agent Lang, it's much too early to declare this case closed. Look at you, so sure of yourself. You got the culprit's own confession and some very incriminating evidence. What more could you ask for? Miss Lauren Pops.
Yes?
I want to hear it from you. Tell me your side of all that has happened today, from the kidnapping to the murder.
But why? I'm a kidnapper and the killer. Isn't that enough?
It's fine if you are the one behind everything, but only if that is the truth. Now then, will you tell us the truth? Or is there some reason you can't? I've had a change of heart. I think I'd enjoy seeing you sulk away as a losing mutt. Alright, you heard me. Let's hear about all the evil deeds you committed today.
The one who came up with the kidnapping plan was was the butler, Mr. Deacon. We knew that we could get rich by holding Lance hostage. Mr. Armano would pay anything to get his son back after all. Everything was going according to plan, but as soon as we got the money, Mr. Deacon turned on me and tried to kill me.
There, are you satisfied? Just confess to our crimes a second time. At least you have the guts to admit what you've done. I can at least respect that much. Miss Pops, is what you said really the truth?
Yes, it is.
If that's the truth, it certainly isn't the whole truth. Because there's something that seems a bit too improbable in her confession.
Something I enjoy about the DS games is that they have audio controls. Like, they're not perfect, and I'm not using here because they're impractical for streaming. But look at this here. Hold it! Okay, it didn't register. Give me... Hold it! Hold it! Hold it! Hold it! Hold it! Okay, I think the microphone might be on the back side of this thing. But yeah, it's a pretty cool feature. I used it a lot when I played them originally because it feels good to yell objection at people.
How well did you know the victim?
I've spoken with him only a few times at Lance's house. It's one of the few things that is actually worse about the PlayStation 4 versions of these games. You can't yell objection at it.
A few times, that's it.
Yes,
If they only met a few times, I don't see how they could have trusted each other.
But if you hardly ever talk, then how could she trust you not to steal his plan?
That's completely irrelevant. He was planning to betray her from the very beginning, which is why he chose someone he wasn't especially close to. Isn't that right, Sheena?
Yes, however, Mr. Deacon made a very poor choice. In the end, he was killed by the one he intended to betray himself.
I bet he didn't see that one coming.
He knew that we would get rich by holding Lance hostage.
You knew? How did you know something like that?
I don't know. What should I do?
Kay, what's wrong with her?
Come on, isn't it obvious? You're making your scary face again, that's why. Why don't you try asking her in a nicer, more gentle way? No, stop it, Lauren. You're always like this. You always fall for the stern-looking one. That's why you'll always be unhappy. Or maybe that's it. She's been bewitched by your icy glare.
Mind your own business, Kay. Now then, Miss Pops, let's continue with your testimony.
Oh yes, of course. Mr. Amano would pay anything to get his son back after all.
Why did you believe that?
Anyone who knows Mr. Amano would think the same. A bit lands is that old man's greatest treasure.
I suppose he would be a doting father like Mr. Amano.
I always figured that was it too, and I was always envious of Lance for it. Oh, because you're dad's. I got this pendant from my father, and I believe that as long as I have this, I'll find my father again someday. He'll welcome me into his arms riding on the back of Pegasus.
That pendant, you must truly believe it to be the wings of Pegasus.
Everything was going according to plan, but as soon as we got the money...
Would you mind telling us a little about the plan itself?
Well, first we captured Lance. Oh, how did you do that? Well, Mr. Deacon did that on his own, so I don't quite know. And here I thought you knew how to steal people away.
I shoulder to think that what she would do with such knowledge.
Sorry, I literally don't know, but somehow Mr. Deacon was able to contain him. All we had to do was, after that, was wait for the ransom to be paid, but... Mr. Deacon turned on me and tried to kill me.
Oh, he did he? Why do you think he did?
I have no idea, but maybe he had planned on doing so from the very beginning. His pops.
Wait, Mr. Deacon planned to kill Miss Pops from the very beginning. Was that ever really likely to happen? What should I do? Should I raise an objection? Objection! I'm sorry, but I don't think what you just claimed is all that likely.
Huh?
I don't think Mr. Deacon would have ever been capable of killing you.
But why? Why? We were totally strangers. It's not uncommon for people to kill people they don't know.
Miss Pops, you really are clueless, aren't you?
What do you mean?
You never knew what your role in the kidnapping was, nor do you know who you really are. But I do, and I can show you with this piece of evidence. This proves that Mr. Deacon wouldn't have been able to bring himself to kill Mr. Pops. Mrs. Pops.
Take that! Why are you showing this to me?
So what about the pendant? This horse pendant, along with this piece of evidence, shows who you really are.
Take that! Does that really have anything to do with the pendant?
What the heck, of course not. I suppose not. There's something that is very clear connected to this pendant, and this pendant is the key that will open the door to the truth.
Yeah.
These two pendants resemble each other, wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, you're right. They're the same color and they even made us the same material.
I believe that these two pendants are actually one. Shall we give it a try?
Wow, it's totally a Pegasus. But why? Why does my pendant match up with Mr. Deacon's?
You're a smart lady. I'm sure you can imagine why that might be.
No, that can't be.
So the two make a set. It's just another trinket. It's not as though this changes anything. You lack imagination, Agent Lang. Very well, I'll show you with this evidence. This is the piece of evidence that gives a meaning to the Pegasus pendant.
Take that!
Oliver Deacon was just an alias for this man. His real name was Colin Deveray, the name that is etched on the horse's pendant. What? An alias? I suppose he had to hide the fact that he was a felon somehow in order to live. And it makes sense given what was written in Mr. Deveray's dossier. But what I really wanted to point out was this. Miss Deveray had one daughter, and her name is Lauren Pops.
That's a lie. That person was not my father. He couldn't come out and tell you he was your father because he was in hiding. However, I believe he was trying to secretly watch over you. Do you still believe that a man like that could kill the daughter he was separated from? Or even that such a man would allow his daughter to get involved in a kidnapping plot?
And what is so funny, Agent Lang? You're good at making things up in your head and deciding that it's the truth, aren't you?
What are you trying to say?
Your thinking is much too innocent. After all, I've thought of another possibility.
Is that so?
Well, let's hear it. I'll grant you that the two of them are father and daughter. But isn't it possible that they both knew that fact? It was a coincidence that the reunited pair became involved in the House of Amano, and the two of them made good use of their meetings to plan this little kidnapping. Wouldn't you say my scenario is perfectly probable as well?
So this is his version of how things might have been.
You don't have any proof that either one didn't know of their true relationship, right?
You mean they knowingly committed the kidnapping as father and daughter?
That's right. As one really rotten family.
Is that really what happened? I had better take a long, hard. I better take a long, hard look at the evidence. Now.
I'll grant you that the two of them are father and daughter.
Precisely, and what father would ever willingly kill his daughter?
I've seen a lot of things in my travels, and I can tell you that being related by blood is something sometimes proves nothing.
But isn't it possible they both knew of the fact? And you think they knew?
Yeah, I don't think only the victim knew. I think the girl realized that as well. They both knew who the other person was, but they had to pretend that they didn't.
Because he was on lam.
You got it. The victim couldn't exactly go around flaunting who he was. Furthermore, it was a coincidence that the reunited pair became involved in the House of Amano.
One as a butler and one as the friend of the son, you mean?
They probably thought that was their best shot.
Is that what you honestly believe?
Of course. And the two of them made good use of their meetings to plan this little kidnapping.
You mean how they plotted to commit the crime as blood relatives?
Can you think of a better partner? They're certainly a clever pair.
The butler and the girlfriend. No, one would ever suspect that they were in fact family.
Yes, from the very beginning they painstakingly practiced those roles well. Wouldn't you say my scenario is perfectly probable as well?
I believe you're being a bit too overconfident for someone with no evidence.
Am I? Because I don't see you presenting any evidence to the contrary.
Without evidence to counter him, we're stuck at a draw. Agent Lang is wrong. His scenario is certainly a probable one. You better hurry up and do something or Lauren's gonna wind up looking really bad. I know, but first things first. Is Agent Lang's line of logic factually correct? Did the two of them really knowingly commit the crime as father and daughter? Well, let's have a look at the evidence, shall we? Preliminary findings in the law's entry point, the lack of blood around the body suggests that the victim was killed elsewhere than moved with the evidence. Not this one. It was likely wearing one due to footprints shaped in the lack of blood. My dear Lance Amano, may I come see you again? Your beloved Viola. And whereabouts unknown after his escape from Penny Den prison. Stole a gun from a guard during his escape. He thought he might head for where his wife and sole daughter are, but despite our surveillance, he has yet to show up. Okay,
Go back and build free wheels. That's the park, alright. This is probably not related. The badges probably doesn't matter right now. Costumes separate into head and body. This head was left in the isolation room. Let's have a look at this, shall we? Okay. Sorry, I didn't read that out loud. I didn't think I thought it was just a factual statement, but my bad. I guess here. Lauren D is great into this pendant. I see that you wrote out her first name, but why just the D? Maybe it's the result of poor planning. I guess. Well, at least if I had to shorten my name, I could make it Kay Faraday. That way, even if you just sound it out, it'd still say my name, Kay Faraday. I suppose if I had to do the same, I would rather it be abbreviated as M. Edgeworth. Hold on, I think you should abbreviate it as ME. Get it? Who would have thought that this little pin would stir up such a strange conversation? Is it possible they were both aware of the fact? Is it though? I guess this was wrong. It is possible they were both aware. No quiz that the reunited pair became involved in the House of Amony. Involved in the House of Amano, and the two of them made good use of their meetings to plan this kidnapping. Wouldn't you say my scenario is perfectly probable as well? Is it probable? That's the question. That's for land, so that doesn't really matter in this context. Unknown after his escape from Penny Den prison, stole a gun, might head to where his wife and sole daughter are, but despite our surveillance, he's yet to show up. Summon hand is right. I'm a bit stumped here, actually. Isn't it possible they both knew? Yeah, and this is also wrong. Let's have a look at the Agent Leg is wrong. This scenario is certainly plausible. No, first things first. Is Agent Lang's line of logic factually correct? Did the two of them really knowingly commit the crime as father and daughter? It was no coincidence that they came to Amonel. Coincidence. It's hard to tell if it was a coincidence they ended up with Amonel. But, oh, still wrong.
Maybe I should make a save before we get too far down. Yeah, probably a good idea so we can reload here. In case things goes to shambles. This is what happens when you take a 2-week break from an Ace Attorney game. You don't remember enough to actually do anything useful. I feel like Gumshoe right now. Because we have, and the two of them made. When you say my scenario is perfectly well, they make good use of the meetings. There isn't a lot of evidence that is related to these things. Colin, there is engraved on the back. And Lauren D is engraved on the back of that one. And then there's the dossier. Mr. Edgeworth, are you just guessing at this point? Yes, I am. I really have no idea what I'm doing right now.
She says confidence is like a soul, and words without confidence are but empty shells. You shouldn't waste your breath on words you have no confidence in, Mr. Prosecutor. Although it's just as bad to say something in full confidence and be wrong.
I am not in full confidence because I have no idea what I'm doing. Yep, we're definitely just guessing at this point. And we've gotten to the point where the game pities me. I don't need to be overflowing with self-confidence, I just need to think rationally. After all, I only need to be confident in the facts. Wouldn't you say my scenario is perfectly probable as well? And the two of them made good use of the meetings and the kidnapping. No question that the reunited pair became involved in, but isn't it possible that both of them knew the fact? Yep. Game over, guys. Good thing I made that save point.
I think your half-baked logic needs some more time in the oven, Mr. Prosecutor. You guys, what are you waiting for? An engraved invitation. Take this young lady away.
Wait, we still don't know the truth behind what happened. It's alright. I need to pay the price for what I've done. For what I've done? Thus, the truth was lost for all eternity. So that's the bad ending, by the way, guys. I don't see that too frequently in Ace Attorney games because I tend to be pretty good at them. But I'm not sure what's going on here. It was no coincidence that they that the reunited pair became. Actually, that is not a coincidence. But is it possible that they both knew that fact? I'd say no. Yeah, I think I already tried that. Granted that two of them are father and daughter, But is it possible they both knew the fact? It was no coincidence that they reunited the Amon group. The two of them make good use of their meetings. That was wrong of the pendants. Other pendant I wanted to use. Here comes the Langxi thing. Maybe I should sit down and rethink everything. I just don't remember enough the case at this moment. Let's see. I pressed the restatement, that much is sure, so I need to come up with something. Despite the surveillance, he is yet to show up. I guess I haven't tried the dossier on the statement. What am I missing here? Percent. Oliver Deacon, age 50, pending autopsy, preliminary findings indicate loss. No, that's not it either. If I knew which statement was suspicious. And thus the truth was lost forever. If I just knew which statement to go from, that would make it a lot easier, but I have no idea where to even start here. Wouldn't you agree, my scenario? I believe you are being a bit too overconfident for someone with no evidence. Am I? Because I don't see you presenting any evidence to the contrary. Without the evidence to counter him, we're stuck at a draw. If your lying isn't wrong, his scenario is certainly a probable one. You better hurry up and do something, or Lauren's gonna wind up looking really bad. I know, but first things first, is Agent Lang's line of logic factually correct? But the two of them really unknowingly commit the crime as father and daughter. I'll grant you that the two of them are father and daughter. Precisely, and what father would ever willingly kill his own daughter? I've seen a lot of things, and blood doesn't change anything, but isn't it possible that they both knew? You think they knew? Yeah, I don't think only the victim knew, I think the girl realized it as well. They both knew each other, who the other person was, but they had to pretend that they didn't. Because he was on the lam. You got it. The victim couldn't exactly go around flaunting who he was. Furthermore, it was no coincidence that a reunited pair became involved in the House of Amanor. One as a butler and the one as a friend of the son, you mean? They probably thought that was their best shot. Is that what you honestly believe? Of course. And the two of them make good use of their meetings together to plan the kidnapping. You mean how they plotted to commit this crime as blood relatives? And you think of a better partner, they're certainly a clever pair. The butler and the girlfriend. No one would ever suspect that they were in fact family. Yes, from the very beginning they painstakingly practiced those roles well. Wouldn't you say my scenario works? Perfectly well, Mr. Edgeworth. Stolen card from a guard. A love letter from the Tinterlander. Likely wearing one due to footprint shape and the lack of blood. Wheels. The victim's pendant, which is shaped like a horse. It's got a real dignified look on its face. That makes it worth all the more. Oh no, Miss Edgeworth. What? Did you find an important piece of evidence? This is made of platinum silver. That makes this thing super valuable. I see this type of jewelry at a lot of stores before, so I know it when I see it. Hey, if you ever laid so much as a finger on those pieces of jewelry. What? Me? I'd never do something like that. Is it possible that she has never wanted to steal from a jewelry store before? Hey, Freak. Nice to see you. How you doing? That's not relevant. Body was smooth shot from the ABD through shoulder. Touch to check button for details. I feel so lost right now. Why am I so lost right now? Wouldn't you say my scenario is perfect? No, it is not. Because that's not what happened. Why don't I have evidence that makes sense? All sure is well and swell. Except the fact that I am really frustrated at this little mind puzzle. Whereabouts unknown after his escape from Penny Dent prison. Stole a gun from a guard during his escape. Thought he might head for where his wife and daughter are, but despite our surveillance, he has yet to show up. Okay, What is it that I'm not noticing here? Male, 5'8", 120 dominant hand is right. The pendant. Very pretty pendant. It's a pendant in the shape of a pair of wings. It has a rather nice aesthetic to it. Hey, nice to see that even you can appreciate this beauty. Things made of platinum silver tend to have a nice feeling about them, you know? I was only talking about its shape, Kay. Oh, is that what you were talking about? But you know, if we were talking about wing shapes, I think the brooch on my scarf is way cooler. But that's not made of platinum silver, is it? It's handmade, okay? So I'm sorry that it's not made of expensive stuff. She made that by herself. It's incredibly well crafted. Well, the thing is, it's my second playthrough, so I know I technically beat it already. But also, it's been 2 weeks since I last played for this stream series, so I'm like here, staring at it thinking, I can't remember anything. And I need to answer this guy. I feel like I'm missing something really important, and I just can't remember for the guy to love me. Away, he was likely wearing one of due to footprint shape of and lack of blood. The lack of blood around the body suggests that the victim was killed elsewhere and then moved, which implies elsewhere and then moved. There should be evidence of blood at the real murder site. I feel so damn lost. Don't I have proof of the third? Also, this. I know, right? Just like I have to be live. I have to engage with an audience, and I also have to think. and solve the puzzles of the game. That's simply too much to ask. That is not a fair thing to ask of a person. Missing Malgon. Wings. Lauren D is engraved in it. Let's go over what he says again. First, their daughter and father. Yes, we agree with that. Isn't it possible that they both knew of the fact? Yes, it is. It was no coincidence that the reunited pair became involved in the House of Amano. That is incorrect. But I have nothing related to the Amano residents at all. Like, I guess I haven't looked at this love letter, but it's not a love letter. it's for a loan company, but is there anything that points to like the third character was ripped from the Bad Badger firing blanks? Mobile shop on 3 wheels, Wild West area. Oh. This guy looks like he did it. This is Interpol agent and police officer Shilong Lang. Oh, this guy looks like he did. He looks like a super villain. I have to. I highly agree. The two of them, you say. I finally figured it out. I finally figured out. This is what happens when it's been too long. I was like, this piece of evidence is not relevant. Reads the how the evidence. Ah, right, the free. This kidnapping wasn't planned by just 2 people alone. And what kind of proof do you have of that? Quite simply, there were 3 kidnappers. 3! Ayah! 4 costumes were stolen from the Wild Wild West Terrier's back room. We found one of them in the kidnapper's hideout. But as for the other 3, we can assume they were being worn by 3 different people. We also found a set of 3 cups and 3 folding chairs that were used in the hideout. It all clearly points to a 3-man group. And I believe this 3rd person is the real mastermind behind the kidnapping. Who is this mastermind? I present to you the brains behind the kidnapping. None other than Lance Amano. Lance Amano! Yes, this abduction was in fact schemed up by Lance himself. Recall what he said when he appeared before us. Did you see the faces of your kidnappers? No, I didn't see their faces, but 2. One was a woman. However, there were 3 kidnappers, which is a direct contradiction to what he said. But I know I only saw 2 people. This guy was being held hostage. It's possible he couldn't see all 3 of them. Yes, about when you were being held, I have my doubts about what happened then. I mean, you are right. It's either the over-the-top looking one, the sweet one, or it's someone in the courtroom. I wouldn't say, like, police is narrowing it down too much. Sometimes it's the detective, sometimes it's the prosecutor, sometimes it's the judge. Everyone who works in law enforcement in some way. But yeah. Lance, would you mind telling us what happened while you were being held captive? I really don't remember much anymore, honest. But if I don't tell you at least something, you won't believe me at all, will you? I was kidnapped yesterday morning. They had me shut in that room blindfolded the entire time. But the kidnappers suddenly disappeared around the time I heard rain falling outside. My hands were cuffed, but it was a stroke of luck that they left me alone. I made my escape and ran away from that room as fast as I could. Yes. All the truth is in my beard. Through the underground passageway, I presume.
Are you okay?
Sorry, I really didn't want to recall that horrible ordeal, but now you believe me, right?
No, not quite yet.
Oh, how can you not? Why do you look at me with the icy daggers in your eyes?
Because he's a prosecutor, and because they're all like that.
I'll have you know, Agent Lang, a prosecutor's eyes are for discerning the truth. And should they be interpreted to be cruel at times, then so be it. There's a sticking point in Lance's testimony. Let's see what you offer is up when I push a little. I was kidnapped yesterday morning. Uh-huh, can you tell us about when you were abducted in a little more detail? It was a strange morning. I felt like I was right in the middle of a great calm. And where were you when you experienced this calm? Our family garden, of course. Where else could it have been? Well, excuse me for asking this child. Is more princess than prince. I was out taking a walk to shake off the morning blah blah. Then out of the blue, someone from behind clamps a hand over my mouth. You didn't see your attacker? They must have used some drug to knock me out. Because before I knew it, I was off in La La Land again. When I woke up, I was in the kidnapper's hideout already, all tied up. They had me shut in that room blindfolded the entire time. By that room, you mean the room in the kidnapper's hideout, correct? Yes, but I was blindfolded the whole time, so I didn't know that until I made my escape. Then you were in the same room as your kidnappers. They spoke in hushed tones, but I could catch bits of their conversation. It was definitely two people, and one of them was definitely a woman. I was so scared, I could tell they were nearby, so I didn't dare make a move. But the kidnappers suddenly disappeared around the time I heard rain falling outside. Kidnappers disappeared. The room fell into a sudden silence. I had been left behind like an unwanted moth. And what do you mean by unwanted moth? What a pointless question. It's not like he's going to tell you anything new, you know. It's a poetic smile. You should learn how to use them too. You may look refined on the outside, but it's no good if you're not refined on the inside as well. My hands were cuffed, but it was a stroke of luck that they left me alone. And then those cuffs on your wrists, I suppose you are still cuffed in that case. I am well aware of how I am chained to reality. I couldn't find the key, so I'm afraid that I'm stuck like this. Even though I escaped from that jail cell, I will forever be a prisoner. One thing I love about the Ace Attorney series is that you can press on everything. Imagine someone mentioned going to the bathroom. And then I went to the bathroom. Please, tell me in detail how you went to the bathroom. Well, I it's not a bit private. In details. I am Miles Edgeworth and I will press every statement. In detail, bathroom, now. I made my escape and ran away from that room as fast as I could. How did you manage to escape? I wanted to just get out of there, but the door leading outside was locked, which is why I had to use the underground passageway to make my escape. I remember our escape to be equally as hard. This is an invaluable piece of testimony. I mustn't let it go unexamined. So it's like, I made my escape and ran away from that room as fast as I could. The door leading outside was locked tight, so I had to use the underground passageway. By underground passageway, you mean the one the staff uses to travel unnoticed. I suppose that's what it's for, but I didn't run into any staff members on my way out. And once I was up top, I was busy trying to find a member of the police. And that is when you found us congregated at the stadium, I suppose. And let me ask you then, how did you get a hold of the key to the underground door? That was easy. I was hanging right there in the room on the wall. Yes, I do recall a key hanging on the wall right beside the table. Why, does that bring back memories of our situation, how we made our escape?
Indeed, and although the door in the floor of our room led to an underground room, the door in the floor of the room next door had a secret passageway.
A secret passageway under a theme park? Ooh, that just sounds like so much fun!
I wonder, is there something off about the way Lance made his escape?
I made an escape and ran away from that as fast as I could. My hands were cuffed, but it was where was the time? The door leading outside was locked tight, so I had to... Oh, it was locked tight, you say?
You say that the door leading out was locked, but was it really?
I love how the cuffs just flies off when he's surprised. Like, he's not really cuffed at all.
We're talking about that room behind the saloon front, right? Look, I heard that it took quite a few men to get that thing open. Right, Sheena?
Yes, that's correct.
And then take a look at this. What is that? A sword? It's not an especially reliable one if it's broken like that. Allow me to start from the end. My conclusion is that the door was never locked. It was simply be held shut by the sword, which was used to jam the handle. Lance, even though your hands were cuffed together, you could still use them. If that's the case, then why did you not just simply remove the sword and escape?
Why didn't I? I was disoriented. Yes, that's it. I didn't notice it, okay?
As if I should accept such a bold-faced lie. You locked yourself in that room because you had to make yourself look like the victim. But you did not in fact possess the key to the door. That is why you used the prop sword to improvise and create a present of your very own. You've been making this guy out to be one of the kidnappers for some time now. I wonder if you've forgotten something very important along the way. And what would that be? A motive! What else? Do you honestly think that an upright, pure boy like him would hatch up a completely pointless scheme such as kidnapping himself? This proves that Lance did indeed have a motive to commit the crime. To put it simply, Lance has a very urgent need for money. This is hardly your typical love letter, it is in fact a collection bill. It appears our upstanding boy has accumulated quite a debt. Isn't that right, Lance?
Looks like it's hard being the son of a rich man too. It must be rough when you have to resort to stealing from your own old man, huh? Alright, I give up! I abducted myself! Lance!
It's over, Lolly. In this life, we really are bound to our fates after all. All I wanted was to go with you to a new town, somewhere where no one would know us. I wanted us to be well off with that $1 million, but now that dream is over.
Oh, Lance!
Then you are giving yourself up. Yes, I had planned to run away from this world with my Lolly. Oliver even helped us with the plan, but then he had to go and stab us in the back.
Like, I swear, this is aged so awfully. Like, it's cute that he calls Dorian Lolly as a nickname, as his pet nickname, and as them being boyfriend and girlfriend and all that. But just that sentence, my Lolly. Some things just doesn't age well.
He turned on you. Maybe he didn't want to split the ransom money. That's my guess. It happened almost right after you made the drop-off. When we were alone, he attacked me all of a sudden. After a brief struggle, I was able to contain him and keep him under control. We left him inside that room as Lolly and I made our escape. We wore different costumes and split off. Lolly left first in the blue badge costume. That would mean the person offering the beacon saw was Miss Potts. But right then, the old man just had to wake up. I was careless and he tackled me pretty hard from behind. Then Oliver put on a bad badger costume. I took the suitcase with the $1 million and ran. I contacted Lolly right away and warned her that he had a gun. They had no idea they were related, so I thought that it could only end badly. I still don't believe it. That person was not my father. Because if he was, I just killed my own father. Lolly, then it really was you. That man was not my father. I mean, because at the stadium, there was a bad badger pulling the suitcase with 1 million in it. But the badger pointed his gun at me, aiming to shoot me dead. That's why I used the gun I got from Lance. There was a gunshot, the other person crumpled to the ground, and I ran scared for my life. I think the big picture is finally coming into focus, don't you? Lolly, forgive me. I didn't think it would turn into something so frightening. If only I could have protected you. So Miss Pops shot her own dad without even knowing who he really was. If what he says is true. Are you saying she's lying? But why would she lie about something like that? What purpose would it serve? You'll be surprised how often people lie without even realizing it themselves, Kay. What's that supposed to mean? What I mean is listen very carefully to her confession once more and you'll see. That man was not my father. I mean, because at the stadium... Please calm down and let's slowly talk through this. But all you have to do is simply tell us what happened at the stadium. Leave it to us to search out the truth. Can you do that for me? Alright, so at the stadium, there was a bad badger pulling a suitcase with $1 million in it. That was the ransom money, wasn't it? Yes, that's how I was able to identify Mr. Deacon almost immediately. It was all thanks to what Lance told me. And what did he tell you? Well, he called me up on my cell phone and told me that Mr. Deacon had betrayed us and had run off with the ransom money. And about how he had a gun. But that badger was pointing his gun at me, aiming to shoot me dead. Were you able to clearly see the gun? Yes, I got a very good look at it while it was pointed at me. Oh, Father, why would you try to shoot me? You really think a father would shoot his own daughter, Mr. Edgeworth? I don't know. I don't want to believe it myself. But it's true, my father's left arm was raised with a gun in it. Pointed straight at me. I'm about to die, I thought. Miss Pops! Please calm down and take a deep breath. And then would you allow me to please hear that last statement one more time? Yes, of course. But the badger pointed his gun in his left hand at me, aiming to shoot me dead. Take a good look at this. What about it? Did I accidentally pick the wrong one? I feel like I... Oh yeah, it's the wrong one. Sorry, it's this one. I knew what I was doing, but I picked the wrong one anyway. So it's like thinking, yeah, this guy's right-handed, so, but also like, it was just the wrong document. I have here a dossier on your father, and according to this, your father was right-handed. But then, the person pointing a gun at you from atop the stage was not Mr. Deacon. Hold on there, Mr. Prosecutor. I think you need to take a refresher course. The Bad Badger has a model gun attached to his right hand, which is why the only hand he could hold the real gun with was his left. Isn't it possible that it went down like that? Agent Lang, why are you paying attention to what Miss Pauls is saying? Then again, I suppose I can't expect someone who has never set foot in the courtroom to catch it. Enough with this... enough with the smugness. Out with it already! Miss Pauls told us earlier. There was a bad badger pulling the suitcase with the $1 million in it. According to you, the bad badger had the gun in his left hand, which would mean that he was pulling the suitcase with his right.
Is that correct, Miss Pops? Yes, exactly. And I'm sure it was the bad badger. It had those huge sunglasses on its face.
But if that's the case, even I can see there's a huge contradiction. Yes, Miss Pops claims to have seen the bad badger, and yet the bad badger has both of his hands full. These two pieces of information contradict each other, so one must be wrong. Yet both are correct. They are both correct. Impossible! That just leaves us with an irresolvable contradiction. Miss Pops' entire statement stressed the fact that she saw his sunglasses and beard. But what if the bad badger wasn't wearing pants on his lower half? This proves that there was a way for the bad badger to freely use both his hands. Take that! The costumes had two parts to them, a head and the body.
Oh, I get it now.
The head Miss Pops saw was probably really the head of the bad badger. However, is it not possible that the body was that of an entirely different badger? A different badger? Yes, or to put it more bluntly, I believe it was the lower half of this badger. The body of the bad badger Miss Pops saw was really belonged to this badger. Take that! What? What the heck is this?
It's the proto badger.
Yes, and it's a simple matter of a process of elimination. Miss Pops was wearing the blue badger costume, so we can eliminate that one. And the pink badger is of the wrong color, which would have been incredibly obvious. All that is left is the proto badger costume. Miss Pops, who was the one who wore the proto badger costume?
That would be Lance.
Are you saying that what I think you are? The Lance Amano donned the bad badger's head and pretended to be Mr. Deacon, on top of which he plotted to shoot Miss Pops while wearing that hideous thing. The stage was set up in the stadium was nothing more than that, a setup. And its purpose was to lead Miss Pops into believing she had committed murder. Standing there in front of Miss Pops and pretending to be the victim, it was all done so that she would pull the trigger.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Why exactly would I have done all that, huh?
There is but one reason. Lance Amano, you are the real culprit behind the murder of Mr. Oliver Deacon.
What? No. That's slander. Take it back. You take it back right now.
Just out of curiosity, Lance, which is your dominant hand?
I'm left-handed. But what does that have to do with anything?
It depends. According to Miss Pops, her attacker held the gun in his left hand. Ha! Who is what-handed doesn't prove a thing. And besides, now you're just being absurd. It's not like the proto badger is bulletproof. One misfire and he would have found himself dead, right? Of course, logically, if he had been shot, he probably wouldn't be here with us. But I believe he had a thought of that as well and prepared accordingly. And this should be all the evidence you need. This is how Lance made sure that he wouldn't be hit by the bullet. Take that! We found one half of the bad badger costume in the hideout, a broken one. It was not the same one that the victim was wearing, plus it was missing something. And that something is the model gun that the bad badger carries, which can fire blanks. What? Miss Pops, where is the gun you used now?
I threw it away into the sea.
That makes it a bit tough to verify what it was. Although I believe that we can safely assume that it was the model gun in question. I've heard enough. All you've been spouting so far is pure conjecture. I admit that as long as the model gun is lost to us, I can't prove I'm right. However, I can say that the probability that I am right is very high. Okay, let's pretend that you're right, and that the murder at the stadium was a fabrication. In that case, where do you think the murder really took place, Mr. Prosecutor? I don't know yet. Ha! I knew you were full of it. However, I do believe that the murder took place during an earlier time frame.
Please wait a second. It's simply not possible. Because I saw Mr. Deacon after he was restrained by Lance.
You saw the victim in the state of being restrained.
came back to the hideout long after the other two. By that time, Lance had already subdued and restrained Mr. Deacon. He had tied Mr. Deacon securely to the beam in the room next door. After that, the two of us put on our costumes and made our escape.
Mr. Deacon must have escaped after the two of you left, right?
We thought that it would attract too much attention if we left together, so I left first. We planned to meet up again at the stage in the statement. But then, as I was walking through the park, I got called from Lance on my cell phone. Oliver managed to escape. I looked like he was waiting until I was alone. He also stole the gun from me at the time.
And then the murder happened. Mr. Deacon must have overheard their plan to meet up at the stage. Well, Mr. Prosecutor, Miss Pops saw the victim with her own eyes. Which means that the victim was still alive at the time, wouldn't you agree?
Why does it sound wrong to me? There must be something amiss about this account. Let's see what happens when I examine it in more detail. I came back to the hideout long after the other two.
When exactly did you arrive back at the hideout?
It was after we had picked up the ransom money.
And where were you up until the time you returned?
I was scouting the park out and making preparation for our escape. I walked around in the various areas looking for the best route.
Ah, so each of them had their own roles to play.
After I was done, I went back to the hideout. By the time, Lance had already subdued and restrained Mr. Deacon.
How did Lance look at that time?
He looked shocked. He also looked a little down. When I saw that sadness in his eyes,
Thank you, that's enough for now. And what of Mr. Deacon? What was his situation like?
He had tied Mr. Deacon securely to the beam in the room next door.
You're sure that it was Mr. Deacon that you saw?
Yes, I'm certain of what I saw.
Did you go into the other room to check?
Lance said that it was best if I didn't get too close to him. Lance, he's such a kind soul.
Then are you telling me that you did not confirm that it was Mr. Deacon for yourself?
I checked through the slit in the door that separates the two rooms. He had a Bad Badger's head on, so I'm absolutely sure. That just had to be Mr. Deacon.
You saw a Bad Badger head.
Cat had a Bad Badger head on, so I'm absolutely sure it was Mr. Deacon.
So the title Mr. Deacon was still in his Bad Badger costume.
Yes, and it would appear that she misread the whole situation.
What now? Should I raise an objection? Yes, I should. The person you saw was not the victim.
What? Why not?
I will tell you why not. With this. This, Miss Pop, shows us that the person you saw was not the victim. Miss Pops, the person you saw was not Mr. Deacon at all.
Huh?
The person you actually saw was this person. It was me.
Huh? The person I saw was you, Mr. Edgeworth? Like, that piece of dialogue is so... Like, it works for the video game, but also... The person you saw was actually this person. Me. Some dialogue in Ace is so weird at times, you know?
I always thought it was a bit odd. Why would the kidnappers abduct me even after I handed over the ransom? It's not as though I saw the face of the kidnappers. If I were them, I would have just taken the $1 million and ran. But in the end, there was a point to it all. It was to make me look like Mr. Deacon. And if that was the reason for which I was abducted, then I believe we can assume that the victim was already dead at the time. Well, Lance, am I right?
That's...
You shot Miss Pops, a person named me, with a Bad Badger's head on. and then made your costumed escape together, or so you pretended.
Well, what do you mean he pretended?
Exactly that. I believe Lance watched you escape and then doubled back to the hideout. Probably to come and remove the Bad Badger's head from my unconscious self.
Huh?
And to create his fake prison with the prop sword, he then escaped via the passageway. Hold your tongue, boy. Don't get caught up in that tidal wave of words coming out of Mr. Prosecutor's mouth. Tidal wave? We heard a lot come out of you, but I've yet to see a shred of evidence. The victim's betrayal and his subsequent detainment. All of that could have happened while you were out cold. That's right. You were out for quite a while, Mr. Prosecutor. Even if that were the case, Miss Pops would have still seen me tied to that beam.
I was scared of Mr. Deacon, so I didn't go into the room. So I really have no idea if you were there or not, Mr. Edgeworth.
You see, it would seem that you can't prove a thing.
Who said that?
Please wait. Mr. Amano. Oh, Miles, my boy. It looks like you're really giving it your all. And Lance, it's no good to cause trouble for others.
Dad!
Let's see, you are the one in charge of the investigation, correct? Yeah, that's right. I'm sorry that my son has been nothing but trouble. This probably won't make up for anything, but I have some evidence for you. Oh, do you now?
Is that what I think it is? It's the Bad Badger costume the victim was wearing, and a gun!
I couldn't wait around for the police, so I went and found these myself. It appears that they were disposed of in the sea. Is there no one in this country who actually obeys the law? There. Now, Agent Lang, please calm down. What the heck is that scrap of paper?
This appears to be a letter from the Chief of Police. Please allow Mr. Amano complete freedom to do as he sees fit, it says.
What? The Chief of Police? What the? Just who does he think he is?
The person who wields the highest authority in this area.
There. No. There's no need to be upset. I'm not a cop from this land, so I'm not bound by the laws of your country. No. This wasn't meant to strong-arm you into anything. It's just a request. I'm only asking that you please respect the laws of the land. I can't really say no to that. However, returning to the topic at hand. It doesn't matter who found the evidence. Its value remains unchanged. Alright, now let's take a look at this new evidence. I've already got the results back. I had a special forensic research lab that I'm on good terms with conduct a test. They verified that the blood on this costume belonged to Oliver. As for the gun, the only fingerprints they could find were yours, Lauren. What? You disappoint me, Miles. I can't believe that you would cause my son such stress and heartache. Thank goodness I was able to find the final piece of evidence. With this, you'll have no reason left to push my poor boy around. That's it. These are the case-making pieces of evidence. I'll be the judge of that. I won't rest until I inspect every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. This bullet hole looks kind of burned around the edges. Wait, those burn marks were left by the gunpowder. This is the most important fact.
Why is that?
Because it is proof that the victim was shot at point blank. What's this? It looks like there's something inside the costume head.
Hey, they sparkle. I bet they're really valuable.
Sorry, but there's just pieces of a mirror. Why are they in here?
That sounds really, really painful. Just have mirror shots inside a costume head. Could
this be the gun? This gun be the actual murder weapon? Well, are these not the most definitive pieces of evidence you ever seen? Thank you, Dad. This should be enough to convince even Mr. Edgeworth over there. Make no mistake, there are fingerprints on that murderous gun. And they prove that it was Lolly who killed Oliver. But Oliver was also after Lolly's life. To Mr. Edgeworth, even you must see that Lolly was only acting in self-defense. The fingerprints on the weapon, huh? Oh no, this isn't helpful at all. Look, Mr. Edgeworth, all I want to do is save Lolly. But in the end, all I can do is watch on as she takes the punishment of her crimes. That may all you can do, however. I still have a case to solve and a job to do. The job of unraveling your insidious lie. You wound me. Why won't you believe me, even in the face of all this evidence? Make no mistake, there are fingerprints on that murderous gun. Those fingerprints? Are you sure they belong to Miss Pops? There's no mistake about it. Through my connections, I had the best forensic techniques money can buy performed. I think that to be a bit peculiar. What? Are you trying to pick an argument with me? What should I do? Should I raise an objection? Frankly, I don't believe that Miss Pop's prints should be on that gun to begin with. And the reason why Miss Pop's prints should not be on the gun is... Do I have any evidence on this one? It's simply not possible for Miss Pops to have left any prints on the murder weapon. Because while she was at the stadium, Miss Pops was wearing a costume. What? But there's been no mistake, we found fingerprints. Well, Miss Pops, do you remember touching the gun at all at any time? Ah, yes, as a matter of fact, I did hold it for a bit back in the hideout. I handed it off to Mr. Deacon when he and Lance left for the haunted house. To retrieve the ransom money, I suppose. And there you have it. That is when Miss Pop's prints found their way onto the gun. Do you understand now, Mr. Amano? The fingerprints do nothing to prove Miss Pops is the murderer. But you still don't have anything to prove that she isn't the killer, right? You seem very adamant about insisting that your girlfriend is a cold-blooded killer. Oh, Lance! What? No way! I'm incredibly worried about her. But that doesn't change the fact that you don't have any evidence, right? That's where you're wrong. I have the evidence. What? How? The story that Mrs. Pop killed the victim at the stage in the stadium. The whole affair is simply not true because that was not the real crime scene, but a set. This proves that the real murder was not committed at the stadium at all. Take that! These pieces of evidence proves that the real crime scene is not in fact the stadium. As prosecutor, I have to rate that piece of logic as 0 out of 10. 0? It's at least a 6.8 out of 10. At this rate, Lolly is going to wind up getting arrested. I must remain calm and think clearly. If the murder did not happen at the stadium, then the scenario where the victim was up on the stage and Miss Pops was down below, there must be something that invalidates it. Okay, aside from the fact that the mirror shots were in the costume, is the victim's costume itself, because it has point-blank burn marks. This is one of those situations where I'm a few steps ahead of the case and I get punished for it. Let us take another good look at the costume the victim was wearing. Then I believe you will see why I insisted that he was not shot at the stadium. I love the fact that it loads basically on top of it. The burn around this bullet hole was made when the victim was shot at point-blank range. Ah, so then you mean the murder Miss Olbeck saw at the stadium really was? Yes, she saw two people, but they were separated by distance. If the victim was indeed shot from below the stage, there shouldn't be a gunpowder burn. Ugh! Look at you, Mr. Smarty Pants prosecutor. Since you seem to know all the answers, why not tell us where the real crime scene is then? Lance set me up to look like Mr. Deacon back at the hideout. If that is the case, then the murder must have happened prior to that. And the location where Lance and the victim were just before I was in prison was... I've got it. I know the real scene of the murder. The real location in which Mr. Deacon was killed is here.
Take that!
I think it's not unreasonable to assume the murder took place in the haunted house. The haunted house? Yes, and I have proved that it is highly likely that the victim was killed there. Rob proves that the real scene of the crime was the haunted house.
Take that!
These were inside the costume the victim was wearing. They're fragments of a mirror. A mirror? And what does that have to do with anything? Indeed, you don't exactly expect to find pieces of a mirror inside a costume.
Yeah, that's actually pretty dangerous.
However, there is one place I can think of where there is a plethora of mirror fragments. And that is in the haunted house. Lance Armano, I propose that you killed Mr. Deacon with the revolver in the haunted house.
I'm sorry, that sounds so much like what is that called in English? Cluedo? Cluedo is what it's called in English. What is it called in English? Okay, it's known as Clue in North America. What is this? Yes, Miss Red committed the murder at this location with the iron bar. Or the chandelier. It really feels like I'm playing Clue. Hey cats, nice to see you. After that, he stole the blue Batmobile to move his body to the Wild Wild West area. The timing of when the blue Batmobile was stolen confirms this as a fact. Miles, my boy, say no more. I'm sorry, Mr. Armano, but I cannot do that. Be quiet. Yes, please do something. Stop that boy from speaking any more nonsense. Ernest Armano, correct? I meant you. Now be quiet, Gramps. How dare you? I don't need words. The only thing I require is evidence. Decisive evidence. And to call these mirror bits decisive is a bit too presumptuous, Mr. Prosecutor. What? Sheena, wasn't there a mirror at the kidnappers' hideout? Yes, there was a mirror there. Indeed. A mirror that's for the haunted house. You see, isn't it possible the fragments got into the costume there? But Agent Lang, there were no fragments on the floor, so the probability is very low. Well, it's a decent case. I have a lot of fun with it. Probability! Ah, like she says, untruths past, the word probability does not exist. The only thing that does is definitive proof. The question, Mr. Prosecutor, is, do you have the definitive proof you need? Well, Mr. Edgeworth, do you? Do I have solid evidence that proves the murder took place at the haunted house? The answer is no. Seal, so since you don't have any, shut up! I don't have the evidence yet, but I'm certain the murder occurred around the time I turned the ransom over. And at that time, the only people at the haunted house besides myself were Lance and Mr. Deacon. If I can prove that the murder took place at the haunted house, then I can prove Lance's guilt in connection to the murder. What now, Mr. Edgeworth? Agent Lang, I have a special request. Yeah. I'd like to prove to you that the scene of the crime was indeed the haunted house. Why in the world are you asking the werewolf for permission? Because I don't really have a choice if I want to find the truth. Alright, permission granted. But you're not to touch a single thing, got it? That won't be a problem. All that's important to me is that the truth brought to light. It doesn't matter by who or how it's done, as long as it is. Sheena! I'm here?
Put in the paperwork for the authorization immediately.
Understood. I'll go get the Gatewater Group's approval.
Who was that? Now. Let's hold on for a second. There's no need to obtain approval. Mr. Amano. Agent Lang, if you would please take a look at this. What's this? Sheena!
It's a deed to the haunted house.
Deed. Read it out loud.
Gatewater Land Incorporated hereby bequeaths the property known as the haunted house to Mr. Amano for the lump sum of 1 million paid in full cash.
What? What? As you can see, I am now the legal owner of the haunted house.
Are you kidding? When did you?
I ran into the owner of the park earlier and we made a deal almost immediately. How quickly things move when you can prepare $1 million in the blink of an eye. That million you paid, don't tell me it was...
Oh, that's right.
This disgusting suitcase belongs to you, doesn't it? I don't have any more use for it, so you may have it back now.
You used the ransom money?
My Lance is a good boy. He even apologized for the kidnapping a bit earlier, though I do believe that I will forgive him. After all, he did return the ransom money. That's the way things are, so if you would please discuss things with me from now on.
Discuss? What is there to discuss?
Why, permission to enter the haunted house, of course.
While we were busy listening to Lance's story, Mr. Amano was out there preempting us.
Permission to research the haunted house is denied. End of discussion. Agent Lang, I want you to arrest that girl. And Miles, you should hurry on home now, my boy, before I really lose my temper. Ah, Mr. Amano definitely has the deck stacked in his favor here. What should I do? If I leave it like this, the truth will be lost forever.
Well, we're getting into the meat and potatoes of this case now. Let's wrap it up, shall we? I swear saving times in this game are abysmally long. March 13th, 4:27 p.m. Gatewater Land main gate.
If I can't get permission to investigate the crime scene, then the truth will be lost.
Hold it! Okay. Mr. Edgeworth, what are you doing spacing out? Have you forgotten? There's only one thing you should do at a time like this. And what is that? When the people are in the bind, the hero of justice appears to save the day. Look, you just leave it to me. I am Kay Faraday, the second of the great Yatagarasu. But I thought you were a thief, not a hero. Yatagarasu is noble and is always a thief of justice. That's... Of course! If we have enough information, I can recreate the inside of the haunted house with this. Plus, if we then factor in everyone's testimony, you can recreate exactly what happened when I dropped off the ransom money. We may be able to figure out some of the new information through this. It's worth a try. Agent Lang.
So you want to use your little toy, be my guest.
Okay, hang on. You're all about to witness the true power of a real modern-day Robin Hood.
Detective Gumshoe. Is there a copy of the haunted house's blueprint among the police's reference documents? Yes, sir. We got it just in case we needed it for the kidnapping case.
Alright, I'll input the haunted house data then. And...
What is this? Where are we?
It's like we're inside the haunted house.
Even if we can't expect the real location itself, the path to the true slumbers here.
If I can successfully navigate my way using logic, I'll ultimately arrive at the truth. Now then, I believe I'm ready to investigate the crime scene. Okay, what should I recreate first? You haven't figured it out yet? Maybe I have and maybe I haven't, but I'm going to make you do all the hard work. Very well, I'd like to inspect the moment in which I was ambushed by my abductor. 2 of them were definitely in this place at that time. If I can verify that, it may provide me with a new lead. I had just come out into the hallway after leaving the money inside the dining room. At that time, I saw a badger slumped over on the floor at the end of the hallway. Oh, what was the badger doing all the way down there?
I also thought it was strange. However, I thought that maybe it was simply a mannequin that was set there for atmosphere.
Do you know which badge it was?
No, it was too dark to tell. All I saw was its silhouette.
In that case, I guess I'll just program the badge silhouette in for now. Okay, programming complete.
Then I started walking towards the exit.
And that's when you were struck from behind, right?
Yes.
But that's odd. The hallway is a dead end. Where did your assailant come from?
There's only one location I can think of. I believe my assailant was lying wait here.
Take that!
Yeah, I love that too. It's like Phoenix Wright has the power to like see into people's souls and detect if they're lying, and Apollo has like super eyes for seeing telltale signs, and Marcellus is just like, ah yes, there was a gun at the crime scene, and the victim seems to have a bullet wound. Yes, I believe this gun might be the murder weapon. And everyone's just like, ooh, Edgeworth can do logic. Honestly, in this universe, no one knows how logic works aside from Edgeworth and maybe Phoenix, so it kind of makes sense. And I'm saying maybe Phoenix because most of what Phoenix does is guessing blindly while bluffing.
The doll I saw wasn't really a doll. It was, in fact, a costume kidnap.
Oh, so he used the costume as the perfect camouflage to blend in with the rest of the haunted house.
Precisely. He waited until I had made the drop-off and was about to leave. Then just as he saw me take a step towards the exit, he stood and launched his attack. I can think of no better place to hide.
Hey, not bad. I'm beginning to think I should steal this tactic for myself.
I just don't use it to do anything criminal, okay?
Well, Lance. What are you asking me for?
As one of the kidnappers, I figured I should give you the chance to confess first.
I was one of the kidnappers, but I don't know anything. I did come up with the haunted house, but I never set foot inside. I left Oliver in charge of picking up the ransom money.
Didn't set foot inside. Is he telling the truth, or is this another lie? Alright then, you're claiming that it was Mr. Deacon who assaulted me?
Yes, I'm sure it was him.
Okay, inputting the new info now.
Mr. Deacon was the Bad Badger, right? So the Bad Badger has a gun attached to its right hand. I'll have to change it so the weapon is in its left hand.
Now, to verify the facts of this recreation. Now, let's see. This is me. It's a replica of myself.
You were totally oblivious to what was behind you, huh?
Yes, I suppose I am also to blame for what happened to me. It was incredibly dark, which was all the more reason I should have been more alert. I vow never to be caught by surprise again.
It is not your fault, Edgeworth, that you got assaulted. No victim blaming here, please. Even if you're blaming yourself. It's so easy to blame yourself when something awful happens. But often it is not your fault.
You didn't recreate the weapon.
Well, I can't exactly recreate something I know nothing about. Tell me, what were you hit with?
The attack came from behind, so I have no idea. But I doubt it was someone's bare hands.
Okay, then where were you hit?
I was hit on the right side of my head, just above my temple. There was a bit of blood, but it wasn't anything serious.
Ouch, sounds painful.
Why are you smirking like that when you say it?
It's just your imagination. Now let's see. I wonder if there's anything in the hallway that could have been used as a weapon. I'm looking for something the culprit could use to hit you with.
Take that!
haven't. There was indeed one such object lying here in this hallway. A prop sword.
Are you talking about this thing here?
Yes, although we did find it at the kidnapper's hideout. Wait, yes, it's possible that the culprit took it with him after using it on me.
To leave no evidence behind, right?
Correct. It may be worth more thorough examination yet.
Okay, so what test do you want to run on the sword?
The culprit was wearing costume at the time, so a fingerprint analysis is useless. Let's run some luminal tests. It's possible that some of my blood found its way onto this thing. Agent Lang, may I ask for your cooperation in this matter?
Like I have a choice. Shina, call the lab boys.
Understood.
Except for a dab on the left side, it would appear that the blade is spotless.
So it must have been the left side of the prop sword that hit you, then, right? Okay, I'll update the equation with this new piece of info. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious looking nook and cranny. And in the next instant, this badger will swing his left arm complete with weapon in hand. Yes, to club me with the left side of the prop sword. Shall I recreate the moment of impact? I want to see the pain expression on your face.
It's just fine the way it is.
Wait a minute, maybe not. Is it just my imagination, or is something not quite right? You know, the Bad Badger is pretty bad looking when you see him up close.
Well, what did you expect from a character named the Bad Badger?
And those sunglasses, wearing them in the dark, makes him seem extra bad.
Now I'm lost. Which meaning of bad does she really mean? It's me. I have to say, it's rather embarrassing to see myself like this.
Also, what were you thinking about at the time?
I don't recall, but I would guess that I was thinking about the kidnapping.
Really? Because I don't think so at all. Your face practically screams, I'm about to be conked over the head.
If I had known that at the time, do you think I would let myself be hit?
Is this spell somehow connected to any of the evidence I hold? Finally, I found a clear contradiction of facts about this sword. Except for a bit on the left side, this prop sword is absolutely spotless. However, if the culprit had used his left hand, the blood would be on the opposite side.
The opposite side, huh?
If the culprit had held the sword in his left hand, then the sword's right side would hit.
I see, but the blood was on the left side of the sword, right? Which means that he used his right hand to hit you.
Exactly. This prop sword has a large hand guard attached to the hilt. It would be impossible to hold it with two hands while wearing a costume with such big hands. Therefore, if it couldn't be the left hand and or both hands, it must have been the right.
I'll change the data to reflect a right-handed swing.
Not yet, Kay. There is no sense in changing anything yet. If you change the parameters to the right hand, it'll only create a new contradiction. Change the prop sword to the culprit's right hand would conflict with what?
Take that!
The Bad Badger already holds a gun in the right hand, so he can't hold a sword in addition.
Hey, that's right. Then what now? If it wasn't in his left or his right hand,
it means that the ones who struck me could not have been the Bad Badger. Are you paying attention, Lance? Mr. Deacon could not have been the one who struck me, which leaves only you as our primary suspect.
Fine, it was me, I hit you.
It appears that you lied to me yet again. Let's see how quickly they catch up to you, Lance.
Wait, isn't Lance left-handed?
Ah yes, but that's what makes this deception all the more interesting. He used his right hand to make it look like Mr. Deacon had been the one to strike me. For you see, firing a gun with one's non-dominant hand is difficult. But that level of dexterity isn't required to swing a prop sword. Okay, please input this new data. The one who hit me from behind was Lance. Or should I say the Proto-Badger? You got it, here I go! Now we have faithful recreation of the situation around the attack on me. Alright, all we have to do is examine this new recreation and... Ah, that's rich! And what exactly is so funny, Agent Lang? That amusing little gadget sure packs a punch, right, Sheena? Yes, it was all I could do to hold my laughter in. Hey, don't make fun of little thief, you mean old werewolf? He and Mr. Edgeworth bring out the best in each other. You had your little fun, but now it's my turn. I sat quietly by listening. By the cruel conclusions you two keep spewing don't whet his wolf's appetite. There's no guarantee that your toy will always show the real situation at any given time. All it displays is whatever information you put in there, right? Well, when you put it like that, when you put it that way, your superstitions are wrong. It's not your fault, so I'm going to let you in on this. There's a trick to this haunted house. And what may that be? Exactly. A trick beyond what your tiny imagination can produce. Sheena! There you are. Now then, what you missed, girlie. It's written right here in this pamphlet. The 7 Wonders of the Haunted House. The Disappearing Badger. What is this? I'd say that someone around here is fond of theatrics. And as you can see, they set a doll down at the end of this hallway for that purpose. Basically, the blue badger you saw was just a stupid doll. How can this be? Yes, that throws your whole theory about it being your attacker right out the window.
But that can't be right. Maybe the culprit hit the doll somewhere. And then he laid down and pretended to be it instead.
If the criminal couldn't even hide himself in the hallway, how could he hide a giant doll?
Aww.
You get it now. Thanks to your presumptions, your logic started off weak and led you off to a completely wrong conclusion. Now get off your high horse.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Okay, I wonder if you could please input the new information for me. You don't know when to quit, do you? I can't quit, not until I can declare that I found the truth. Agent Lang, for the additional information, you have my facts.
There you go again. We'll see if I care.
Oh yeah, Lang's theme is fantastic, like... How does this... Generally, the soundtrack of the Investigations games are fantastic. Okay, I'm updating the recreation now. Okay, and... It looks really weird. Look at how it changes from the blue badger into the proto badger all of a sudden. If the slumped over badger was just a doll, where was my attacker hiding? Well, that's what we're going to find out, right? So come on, Mr. Edgeworth, let's go. Yes, let's see. This recreation can't be right, which means there must be a contradiction somewhere. When you take a look around, it almost feels more like a house of mirrors. Indeed, who has ever heard of this many mirrors inside a haunted house before? Well, at least we know this is the real crime scene thanks to these mirror shots. Hey, wait, these shots, there's something different about them. Oh? The ones we found earlier are thicker than the shots from these mirrors on the wall. And look, there's some sort of design on the back too. Pieces from that costume are certainly different from the other mirrors. What does this mean? Could it be that our pieces are not pieces of these mirrors? Yeah, there are. Like this one is also pretty good. The one they use for Little Thief, it gives a sense of mystery, which just feels great with the game. Pieces of silver armor in a pile here. Why do you think they almost always have sets of armor inside haunted houses? I suppose this sort of interior design is meant to bring out a sense of abnormality. Why do all your explanations have to be so hard to understand, Mr. Edgeworth? Now try explaining it again, but this time so that even a thief like me can get it. And that may prove to be a most difficult task. This is where the proto-badger shows up in our recreation. Yes, now the question is, where did he come from? Yeah, but there's no place to hide in our current model. There must be an inconsistency somewhere. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. This blue badger is just a doll for use in this haunted house. I bet the one who killed this blue badger was the bad badger, right? According to the Blue Badger Bible, it says that they are each other's worst enemy. All because one's an ally of justice and the other's a wild criminal with a gun. Perhaps they were just destined to battle each other. Much like the Steel Samurai and the evil magistrate. I love that Edgeworth is like a closeted fan of the Steel Samurai. It is hilarious. Do I have anything that's related to that? Different from the mirrors on the walls, very thick and designed on the back. I don't think I have anything yet. It's the proto-badger who struck me. I suppose I should really say that it is Lance. Oh, are you going to get him back? I need not resort to violence when the lawsuit I plan to bring to court will suffice. Really? Because I would totally have decked him right back. If someone steals from me, I steal something from them. If I get hit, I hit them back. Yep, he sure can't. Oh, the Steel Samurai is great. Bum, bum, bum. Oh, how was it the theme went? There it was. Need a moment there. If someone steals from me, I steal something from them. I hit them back. If I get paid, I return the money. That's the secret to how Great Thief works. My third statement doesn't seem to be of much benefit to her survival. Miss Pauls, by my hand, I will prove your innocence in the murder of Mr. Deacon. Therefore, please don't fret. It will soon be over. Do you not trust me? That is... your face is all beat red, Miss Pauls. No, I can't. I have Lance. Lolly, don't tell me that you like that guy more than me. That's... why am I so pathetic? I'm so easily swayed by even this single glance. What exactly is she going on about? I think you have another guilty person on your hands, Mr. Edgeworth. As far as I can tell, I should have something. But what? The missing model. Mirror fragments different from the mirrors on the walls. And the back. I feel like I'm missing something. I don't remember none of any of these guys being of any help.
Can you take a look around? It almost feels more like in how we already had this dialogue. There must be something, right? Not the Bible, because that checks out. This is in complete contradiction to this piece of evidence. Maybe it's not a complete contradiction. Yeah, that was a mistake. It's just a trick of the eye. No, that can't be. Actually, maybe it is the Bible. It is the Bible! Right! Here we go. Hold on a second here. There's something wrong with this blue badger. Like what? The way the belt is on him is opposite of how it should be. Did you make a mistake? That can't be. I inputted the image data exactly as it is in the pamphlet. So then why is the blue badge dressed up in reverse? Well, that one is easy enough. Let's logic our way out of this. Okay, do you remember what you said earlier? What I said earlier about what? About how this building might as well have been a house of mirrors. A house of mirrors? Oh, that would explain the reversed or a mirrored image. Yes, this blue badger might be nothing more than the reflected image of a real one. Then was the blue badge you just saw? You saw just a reflection? When I looked down this hallway, I thought it was perfectly straight. However, if there was a mirror... Oh, then it would actually form an L shape, right? Precisely. I was deceived. The hallway was almost pitch black. And there was a beam in the way that obstructed my view of the other hallway. Wait, but why build this place like that? It sounds pretty pointless to me. Okay, this house is just another attraction at amusement park. They created a mural wall for a very specific purpose, one I can point out to you. This was the reason they built a mural wall. As it's written in the pamphlet, the main draw of this attraction is the mystery of the disappearing badger. You mean to build the mirror for that trick alone? But you said you saw the badger, so it was definitely still there. It was true at the time, however. Doing this allows someone to make the blue badger disappear in a flash. All they would have to do is dim the lamps. So that's how it's done. It was completely dark in here. And then you wouldn't be able to see the badger anymore. Yeah. Wait, hold on. That's completely pointless. You wouldn't be able to see anything at all, not even where you were going. Is that necessarily a bad thing? Well, it is if it negates the point of the attraction. I better rethink this. Doing all this alone. Move the mirror wall. To remove a reflected image, simply move the mirror. First, the mirror was constructed so that it could be moved. Then, beyond where the mirror was, an empty hallway had to be created. Oh, so when they wanted people to see the blue badger, they would open the mirror. And when they wanted to hide it, they would simply have to close it again. This explains why the other side of these fragments have a design on them. Ah, and if the pattern is the same as the other walls in the hallway, Then when the mirror is closed, it would blend in with the rest of the walls. This is the mirror trick that this haunted house employs, and this also proves the existence of a hiding place for the culprit.
How so?
Think about it, Kay. There was a place that was outside of my field of vision. The culprit could have kept hiding right here. There was a very large blind spot, one I could not see beyond, and it was here. If my assailant hid on the other side of the movable mirror, then you wouldn't be able to see him. You didn't even need to do anything to the blue badge at all. Exactly, all he had to do was wait for me on the other side of the mirror.
Wait, hold on. I just thought of something.
Yes?
Well, shouldn't the mirror wall be broken right now? In reality?
Since we have a few shards of it, we can probably assume it is. Yes, it most definitely is broken. The question is, when was it broken? Since we found these inside the victim's costume, that would mean that the victim was there when the mirror was broken.
Wait, that sound.
Leave the money and go now. That sound I heard was most definitely the sound of a mirror breaking. Hey, I'd like you to input some new information.
Don't scare me like that.
Sorry, but I need you to recreate something for me.
Sure, whatever you need. So, what do you need anyway?
If you could first recreate this hallway just before I entered the dining room.
You got it!
Now this, I believe, this is how it was right before I entered the dining room. Although at the time I thought it was but a single straight hallway. And then I went inside. It was around then that I heard the sound of a mirror shatter.
You heard what?
Then, yes, I believe it was then that the mirror was broken.
Okay, so then when you stepped outside into the hallway again?
The mirror walls should no longer exist. Okay, please recreate that.
Got it!
Wait, with the mirror gone, the culprit lost his hiding spot.
So where did he go? Go in his proto-badger suit, Mr. Edgeworth.
Ah, that's easy enough. With the mirror gone, he simply hid himself in the branch hallway.
I think this about wraps it up. Looks like we finally solved everything.
No, not yet. An even larger contradiction has now reared its head.
Huh?
That you did not notice. But this recreation contains a very troubling inconsistency. Things between what I saw and the recreation lies. Let's take a good look at the end of the hall.
Oh, there's no blue badger there.
Exactly, the blue badger that I saw in reality is not here. This is the final point on this long chain of logic, the last remaining contradiction.
Let me get this straight. When you came out of the dining room, you saw a badger, right?
And that is precisely where the final contradiction lies. Something that shouldn't exist was there before me. Who or what do you suppose it was? I believe this is the real identity of the mystery badger. The badger I saw was, in actuality, the dead victim's body!
Oh!
What? Underlying the entirety of my complete logic is my final decisive piece of evidence. The murder happened in the hallway of the haunted house at the time of the drop-off, and you can consider the moment I heard the mirror breaking to be the real time of death for Mr. Deacon. No! Maybe it was due to their fighting, or perhaps it was the life-shattering bullet. But no matter what the cause was, the hallway mirror wall was broken. Ha! You were at the house at the time, right? Are you telling me that you missed the sound of a gunshot? There were a variety of sound effects playing at the time. All for theatrics, I assume. The gunshot must have blended right in. Ayah! Now then, I'd like to you to recall something from me. Who was it that was with the victim at the haunted house? Who was the one who had the opportunity to rob the victim of his gun and use it on him? It was you, Lance Amano. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's not like I had a choice. Oliver turned to me all of a sudden. He snapped and turned violent right after I hung up with you. He shoved me to the ground and straddled me. I fought back as hard as I could. I grabbed his gun and I shot him. The bullet must have went through his body and shattered the mirror. If I hadn't taken his gun and shot him first, I would have been the one you found. He's a hardened criminal. He escaped from jail. See, that's justified self-defense. My boy was only trying to protect himself. That remains to be seen and will have to be resolved in court. Agent Lang, I leave the rest to you.
As if you were the one in charge around here. Guys, arrest these two and get them out of my sight.
Wait, I have nothing to do with the murder. The only person you should be arresting is Lance. Dad!
Sorry, but you're not slipping away that easily, Mr. Ernest Amano. You tampered with the evidence so that you could cover for your son. What a great dad you are, willing to risk it all. Truly touching. By the way,
do you know why I'm really here? And how could I possibly know the answer to such an asinine question? You ruined me. I came all this way from across the ocean just to see you, you know. You came to see me? What's that supposed to mean?
I have a few things to ask you, Mr. Amano, about a case from 10 years ago.
Case from 10 years ago?
Oh, what's the name that you used for the year for that case? Sheena!
It is known as the KG8 incident. The KG8 incident?
Oh, so you remember it. Good. Then you'll recall that the trigger in that case was the Amano Group scandal.
Yep, it is definitely a great family.
Specifically the charge of an internal smuggling.
Smuggling? That's that word again.
The time this person was arrested as the ringleader was Mr. Amano's very own secretary, Mr. Colin Deveray.
Father?
Even though you pushed the crime onto your then secretary, Mr. Deveray, I always suspected that you were involved with the smuggling, Mr. Amano. Mr. Deveray was arrested in plain view, which is why when he broke out, you hid him from the police, right? You hid him in exchange for his silence and your little dirty secret.
Now. Please calm down. I honestly have no idea what you're talking about.
Pretend to be ignorant all you want. Where are you taking you down to the precinct anyway for a nice, long chat? Who the heck was that?
I'll take him down to the precinct if you don't mind.
And who the heck are you?
I'm Jax Portsman, and I'm the prosecutor in charge of this case. Oh, Jax, thank goodness you're here.
Don't jerk me around. This is an Interpol case, so keep your paws off of my suspect.
Sorry, but I can't comply. I've got the backing of the prosecutor's office. See, in this country, we prosecutors work with the police to bring cases to the court. So if you could please cooperate with me here, that would be great. Now, how about a handshake to seal the deal?
Sorry, but I hate prosecutors, the whole lot of you. Guys, arrest these two suspects.
Sir!
Oh, I almost forgot. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, is it? I'd like to thank you.
Thank me?
Yeah, for working so hard to fulfill my goal.
Hey, is that any way to thank someone? And what the heck is that supposed to mean?
You were so relentless with Lance that you forced Ernest to tamper with the evidence. Thanks to that, I finally had a legitimate reason to arrest him. So how does it feel to bite the hand that feeds you? The hand that feeds me? I'm not sure I follow. It's no use pretending with me. You're the run, right? You're the corrupt prosecutor that's working for Mr. Amano and the smuggling ring, right? No, I would never do such a thing. What the heck? Our intel's never wrong. In your prosecutor's office, there's definitely someone working with the ring. Ah, so Agent Ann suspected my relation to Mr. Amano. That must be the real reason behind his antagonistic attitude. On top of that, your mentor was Manfred von Karma, right? There were non-stop rumors flying around about forged evidence with that guy. You're not twisting the truth behind these closed courtroom doors too, are you? The courtroom is a place where the truth is revealed. Well, don't worry, it's not only you. A whole lot of you can't be trusted. A prosecutor never lost in 4 years. Every defendant must be found guilty. Fueled by those ideas, as if anyone at the courts produced nothing but falsities and lies. It would seem that his disdain extends beyond just me. Prosecutors, the courts. Why is this man so angry with us all? Rest assured, the next time we meet, I won't be so forgiving. So don't you forget it. Please wait. Agent Sheena, why does Agent Lang hate all prosecutors so? Lang is the head of the long-honored House of Lang in Shangfa. The heads of all police relation division in that country were of Lang blood. Where? What do you mean by that? Aren't they still? They were revered, but that was long ago. They don't hold that sort of sway anymore. And it was all because of the courts. How can that be? The prosecutor once withheld and tampered with the evidence one of the Lang detectives found. That evidence purity was tarnished and cost the Lang family its honor and trust. But not all prosecutors are like that. Even so, Lang will never respect the court again, or any prosecutor. Lin Lang is a man who hates all courts and is unwilling to forgive prosecutors. Man, what a piece of work that guy is! Come on, Jim, we better catch up. Yeah. We still got to deliver that thing to the old man after all. Detective Gumshoe, I believe it's time we wrapped up and headed out home ourselves. Yeah. Are you going home too, Mr. Edgeworth? No, I've done nothing but be entangled in one mess after another since my return. If it's alright with you, can you drop me off at my office? No problem, sir. Excuse me? Yes? Yeah, Sheena looks fantastic. Like, the white bob and the sunglasses. She just looks amazing. That is... Thank you very much. Oh, it's okay. No need to thank me, pal. Just doing my job as a detective. I guess I was fooled pretty badly by Lance. How cruel fate, what a woman. What's a woman to do when she's been hurt by the one she loves? And to think I never realized my father was right there. I never said anything to him. I knew it. I'm a failure. There she goes again talking to herself. Miss Pops, I wonder if you know why your father participated in the kidnapping. I have no idea. Your father died while he was trying to stop Lance, which means that from the beginning he had no interest in the staged self-abduction. Wait, then why did he... I believe it was because of your presence, Miss Pops. Me? Lance realized that the two of you were related, which is why he used you as a hostage to coerce Mr. Deveray into cooperating. Father? As a villain, he could not tell you of his relation to you. However, as the Amano family butler, at the very least, he was able to watch over you. It was all he could do, but that was the shape of his overflowing love for you. Go on, speak your mind. That is... Thank you very much. You're welcome, although there is no need to thank me. No, Lauren. Stop, I mean, this man's so much older than you. You know, Edgeworth is really a hit with the ladies between Lauren and Oldback. Looks like you completely stolen her away, Mr. Edgeworth. Way to go, sir.
Your technique is way beyond the level of a great thief.
What are you going on about now?
Wow, your deducing skills may be sound, but you have no street smarts.
That's Mr. Edgeworth for you.
Yeah, I mean, he still hasn't figured out who I am at all. If you haven't remembered it all this time, I guess I'm just going to have to say it. This isn't the first time we met, you know?
What do you mean, pal? Mr. Edgeworth, how do you know this girl?
Looks like you totally forgot me too, Gummy.
Gummy?
Yeah, maybe this will jog your memories. I promise I will return this to you one day, remember?
That single piece of cloth took me back far into my past. To that fateful day 7 years ago when I first met the then child Kay and Detective Gumshoe.
So before we get into the origin of Edgeworth and Gumshoe's bromance, I'm gonna take a short bathroom break, but I'll be right back. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'll hurry. Sorry about that. The chair hit the microphone. I hope that wasn't a loud, annoying sound. But yeah, I'm back. Ready to continue? Let's get into the origin of Edgeworth and Gumshoe's friendship. Kay Faraday, the young lady who calls herself the second Yadagarasu. piece of cloth that she conjured up has taken me back to many years ago. Yeah, that's right, I did it. I killed the guy. But it was the great thief Yadagrass that told me to do it. Objection. I asked the defendant that what exactly are you trying to say? Don't you get it? I know the true identity of the Yadagrasu. The Yadagrasu is the man standing over there at the prosecutor's bench. Are you saying that I'm the Yatagarasu? Don't you dare deny it! You told me to kill him when you snuck into the embassy. Are you claiming that Mr. Faraday is the Yatagarasu? That's exactly what I'm... Mr. Rell, I think you heard just about enough out of you. Your Honor, please listen to me. I'm telling the truth. You gotta believe me! In accordance with the defendant's accusation, a new prosecutor shall be called to replace Mr. Faraday. This court will be in recess until the new prosecutor is ready.
This is kind of inconsistent. Spoiler alert for Ace Attorney 1 and Ace Attorney 3, but when Manfred and when Godo was accused by Phoenix, they didn't replace the prosecutor, just like, we don't believe you, you don't have any evidence. September 10th, 3:20 p.m. District Court, 3rd floor lobby. It's almost time for me to enter the courtroom. And so it is that my first assignment as a prosecutor will be as a replacement for a prosecutor who has been accused by the defendant.
Edgeworth.
Sir. I actually also like the Von Kamme theme for that, that's worth. It feels very grand.
Have you read over all of the documents regarding this trial?
Yes, sir. I memorized everything there is to know.
Very good. The paperwork for the prosecutor substitution is just about complete. Edgeworth, always bear in mind that as your mentor, I, Manfred von Karma, will accept nothing short of perfection.
I understand, sir. To have the chance to stand in court at such an early stage in my career, I am honored and proud.
As I have watched over your studies, I'm giving you this very rare chance. Prove yourself. Crush the defendant's pathetic lies into oblivion.
Yes, sir. That such a legendary prosecutor is watching over and judging my performance. I had to be perfect in every way.
Today's trial should have ended in just 1 minute.
Because the defendant was picked up by the security camera, correct?
Exactly. The killer had the gall to say that he only killed because he was instructed to do so. Even more outrageous is his claim that the case prosecutor Byrne Faraday gave the orders. Faraday's such a fool. He's been cornered by his very own prey.
Sir, are you an acquaintance of Mr. Byrne Faraday?
He is a pathetic man who speaks nothing but nonsense.
Nonsense? He once tried to explain to me a way of punishing those who cannot be brought to court. Those who cannot be brought to court. That is nonsense. For one, no man is above the law.
Well, there are always a few exceptions. However, there is no reason to even deal with such individuals. A prosecutor is a guardian of the court, one with no obligation to outside matters.
Thus, there is no reason to deal with such individuals, I see.
Edgeworth, disgracing yourself as Faraday will not be forgiven.
Have no fear, I will not let you down, sir. In place of the accused, Prosecutor Byrne Faraday, I'll prove the defendant's guilt. Very good. I've secured an hour of recess for you to prepare to do just that. Show them all the power of a one karma. So have you achieved a firm understanding of the case? Yes, sir. I have memorized everything that is written down in the case files. Well, then explain the case to me. I want to see if you really know what you are talking about. Understood. A murder was committed on September 8th in front of the Codopian embassy. The victim was dead man. Dead man? This one might actually be the worst pun in the entirety of Ace Attorney's legacy. Well, Mr. Deadman was was a staff member at the embassy. The defendant in this case, Mr. Mackrell, was held for questioning the night of the incident as he was deemed suspicious. He was quickly placed under arrest for possession of the murder weapon, a gun. Furthermore, at the time of the murder, the great thief Yadagrasso had successfully infiltrated the Codopian embassy as well. A first will claimed that he himself was the Yadagrasso.
I know, right? Dead Man is fantastic. It's like, it is definitely the worst best pun I've seen in a long while. At first, Rel claimed that he himself was the Yadagrasso, but that he did not kill Deadman. I wonder what he expected to gain from such a desperate lie. It's possible that he wants to go down while in the spotlight if he's found guilty. There truly is no limit to people's inanity. But I digress. Continue, Edgeworth. Yes, sir. During the trial, the prosecutor presented the security footage that captured the murder. The footage clearly showed Mr. Rell as the murderer. The act of Mr. Rell firing the gun could be clearly seen from the visitors' gallery. Upon seeing that, the defendant retracted his statement and admitted to the murder. I did it because I was told to. By the real Yadagrasso Byrne Faraday. That sounds about right. However, you've forgotten one thing. While this may appear to be simply the murder of the Codopian embassy staff member, people are actually referring to it as the second KG8 incident. The second KG8 incident? I'm very sorry, sir. I fear I failed to study hard enough. Well, even among the police, it's information that only a select few are privy to. Could you please enlighten me, sir? Sir, what do you mean by the second KG8? In order for me to tell you that, you must first learn about the original case. Take a look at these documents. This is a 3-year-old newspaper. You have heard of the Amano Group scandal before, correct? Yes, I have. The secretary of Ernest Amano, the Amano Group's director, was arrested under suspicion of smuggling. Correct. Oh, that would have been hilarious. Like, just have it in the background of all the other cases.
CCU was an employee of the Amano Group and the sole witness to the smuggling operation. It was she who brought the crime to light. Her Miss Yu was silenced before she could testify in court. Was the Codopian embassy staff member arrested for the murder? Yes, Codopian by the name of Manny Cochin was the suspect. However, due to the lack of evidence, the case went unresolved. Lack of evidence? If only I was in charge of the case. I would have done everything in my power to prove his guilt. To make sure that all criminals are found guilty, my mentor really is dedicated. Faraday was the prosecutor on the case then, and he was as pathetic as ever. Mr. Faraday was in charge of the KG8 incident as well. That's right. And now, once again, the victim of the case you are currently assigned to was someone who was scheduled to testify against that smuggling organization. And just like last time, the victim was murdered right before he was to testify. You are catching on. The victim was murdered just before his day in court against the smuggling organization. events are occurring almost exactly the same way as they did in the KG8 incident. So that's why it's being called the second KG8 incident. Yes. Yet there is one difference between the two incidents. What would that be? The so-called noble thief that is sending everyone into an uproar. The great thief Yargarasu. Yargarasu. I better find out more. If it is true that the Yargarasu showed up at the Kodobian embassy, what could he or she have been after? No doubt to steal any suspicious accounting records and release them publicly. Or more likely to steal secrets from the Kodobian embassy itself. Since the item that the Yargarasu stole from there was sent to the police. What was it that the Yargarasu sent to the police? I don't know the details. Anything related to the Yargarasu is getting the top secret treatment. Still, I find it very ironic. By returning the stolen item to the police, it was proof positive that Yargarasu can infiltrate the embassy on the same day the staff member was killed. Criminals have a way of incriminating themselves, wouldn't you say? That would have to be the first time the Yargarasu has left evidence behind, correct? Yes, indeed. If you wish to learn more about the Yargarasu, then I suggest you ask Faraday. Mr. Faraday happens to be the prosecutor in charge of the Yargarasu case as well. He's the prosecutor in charge of both the KG8 incident and the Yargarasu case. Mr. Faraday really has a lot on his plate. What is it, little girl? You're scary, mister. Did you need something? I want to trade these coins with you. A fistful of dimes, quarters, and pennies. But it looks like you have exactly $1. Is this what you want? Thanks, that's exactly what I needed. Could the child be here to watch the trial? How disrespectful for a child like that to be running around inside the courthouse. Does no one have respect for this country's judicial system anymore? That's rich coming from you, sir. Definitely very rich coming from him. The paperwork for the prosecutor substitution is complete. Why you? Do you even know how much time there is left before the trial resumes? I'm sorry! I can have you mopping up this courthouse instead of protecting it in an instant. It's no bother, sir. Not being completely repaired could prove to be a perfect handicap for me. A proud one you are. You had better collect the evidence for Faraday and prepare yourself. It's time for your debut, Edgeworth. September 10th, 4:00 p.m. District Court Courtroom number 3. Just what is going on? Why isn't Faraday here yet? How is it possible that the defense is not prepared yet either? Bailiff, where is Mr. Faraday? I'm not sure. I wasn't really paying attention. Oh, you must be the one Karma recommended. I hear this will be your first trial. I look forward to seeing how you perform. Oh, by the way, was there someone celebrating a birthday during the recess? I could have sworn that I heard a pop-up going off. Got to think of it, the other day with my grandson. Sir, it looks like the trial is about to resume, however. Yes, it will be all but impossible to prove the witness a liar without the evidence from Faraday. What is that blasted buffoon up to? It's an emergency, sirs! Silence. There shall be no yelling in this sacred hall of the law. Oh my, I think I made him sound like Shilang Lang a bit too much. There shall be no yelling in this sacred hall of the law. Bailiff, remove that man from this courtroom at once. Please, wait. You have to listen to me. There's an emergency. Defendant lobby number 2, Mr. Faraday and the defendant. The two of them, they're both dead, Your Honor. What? What? How? What? Wait. That's it. The attempt leads to court hallway. Stay back. No one's allowed on the crime scene, period. Just who does this oddball think he is? This is becoming quite the hotspot. Isn't she Mr. Roll's defense attorney? Hey, you, no running in the hallway, pal! And who are you to tell me what to do? And then we'll find out what's going on like this. It's time for some civil discourse. And you are? Who, me? Hey, pal. It's common courtesy to tell someone your name first before asking theirs. Point taken. My name is Miles Edgeworth. I'm a district prosecutor. Prosecutor? I never seen a prosecutor as young as you, pal. I've told you my name. Now would you mind telling me yours? Detective Dick Gumshoe. And just recently I achieved my dream of becoming a detective. Oh, I regret not reading that as detective. Oh, man. More than a dream. It's what I was born to do. Wait, maybe I should check and make sure I'm not really in some crazy dream first. This detective is entirely too excited to be at a murder scene. So Detective Gumshoe, would you mind telling me what you know about the incident? You know that I don't have to tell you anything, right? I know that. But it would behove you to fill me in on what you know. Wow, you're a proud one for such a youngster, aren't you? Well, anyway, Detective Bad is the one in charge. So you're just gonna have to ask him for all the details, okay? As for me, I was guarding the door to the defendant's lobby number 2. So you were the guard detail. Did you notice anything strange while you were on duty? Well, I freaked out when I heard a gunshot and then kind of froze. You're a detective and a measly gunshot scared you that much. Then again, I can hardly claim to not know what it's like to hear one at close range. When Detective Bad came running to the scene, we went into lobby number 2 together and both men were lying there dead. Is that everything? Yeah, that's it. I was in the hallway the whole time, but I didn't hear a single peep of a struggle. Interesting. Other than the gunshot, you didn't hear a single sound of commotion. Do you have a minute? You know, I'm not really into talking to people I don't know, especially at a time like this. Oh, I apologize for not introducing myself before bothering you. My name is Miles Edgeworth. I was to take Mr. Faraday's place in court. Edgeworth, huh? Never heard of you? So Faraday's substitute is a newbie, huh? I'll have you know, madam, that I studied under Manfred von Karma. Do not take me for some naive novice. Do not take me for some naive novice. Oh, so you're the student of Von Karma? I should have. Those clothes are a dead giveaway. Stop right there. These are the garments of one who gallantly presents the facts. Thanks for the great laugh, but try not to make me laugh so much, okay? I wasn't trying to anything of the sort. Just kidding, I was just goofing around. Oh, by the way, do you know who I am? My name is Callisto Yu.
And if you are telling the truth, then we were about to go head to head in court. But of course I have heard much about you, Miss Yu. But of course I've heard much about you. You're the regular Shakespeare. They'll say something funny. I'd like you to update me on the situation. I don't really know anything. Why don't you try talking to those detectives over there? If that's the case, then why are you here? What's so funny? It's just that the way you speak is so tactless. The person I was going against in court until only a little while ago was just murdered. It's not like I could go back into the courtroom pretending as though nothing happened. Oh, that's a good point. I apologize for asking such an insensitive question. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I love Callista Yu. She's great. Excuse me, but who are you? I'm Detective Tyrell Bat. Homicide. I was informed of the situation and came as quickly as possible. Why is everyone in this game like hardened old men? Like, man, it's killing my throat. I mean, I guess I could have them all sound like pixies, but that would be silly. I was informed of the situation and came as quickly as possible. So how did you arrive and inspect the body before me? Faraday requested for me to testify in the trial. Plain and simple. Mr. Faraday requested that you be here. I've already contracted HQ about the situation. I've got nothing to say to you, kid. Kid? I'm Mr. Faraday's substitute in today's trial. Therefore, I insisted you update me on the situation. I can't back down here. I have a right to know. Do I need to teach you a thing or two about how to talk to the adults, kid? Is he threatening me? Is he going for his gun? It's just a mirror. How dare he trick me like that? Faraday was stabbed to death with some kind of blade, and he had a gun in his hand. The other man, Master Mackerel, was shot and killed. He was found holding a bloody knife in his hand. Was there anyone else who went into defendant lobby number 2? Yeah, that big lock over there. His name's Gumshoe. He was in charge of guarding the place. He's claiming that no one else entered the room. If that is the case, then they must have killed each other, correct? Maybe. Such impudence. This guy is really testing my patience. Why was I not informed that you were going to testify in court? Homicides aren't my only gig. Yadagarasu's case is also one of my assignments. So you were called upon to comment on the Yadagarasu's characteristics, in order to assess if Mr. Faraday really was the Yadagarasu or not. Well, well. Looks like you just might have a brain after all in that head of yours, son. Son? I'm not your son, pups. Miss Yu, there's someone here who wishes to see you. Who is it? A Kodobian embassy staff member by the name of Manny Cochin. What's going on? Detective Bad and Miss Yu's moods just changed all of a sudden. Wait a second, wasn't Manny Cochin? I'll be right there. It's nice to see you again, Miss Yu. Why are you here? I have no desire to ever see you again. Now, actually, would you mind stepping outside for a brief chat? Fine, let's go. Bad. One Karma. It's been a long time. I knew you would show up. You usually do when the Yatagarasu is involved, and I see this case is no exception.
Do you know Detective Bad, sir? Yes, he's like an old bloodhound that never leaves the scene of the crime. If only he would get a promotion and move on. It's the crime scene where detectives is most useful and effective. It's not like I don't know that. Moving on though. Bat, the man that I just passed by. Was he not a suspect from the KG8 incident? So I was right. Just what is that man doing wandering around here? That Faraday, I can't believe he let such an easy catch get away, imbecile! I would prove his guilt in 3 minutes. One comma, I think you said enough for now. It's in poor taste to speak like that about the departed. Very well. Back on topic, I'm placing Edgeworth in charge of the investigation here.
Papa, how can you place him in charge?
Franziska, what are you doing here?
I'm here for summer vacation, what else?
Franziska Moncama, so she is here on vacation from Germany. She is the daughter of Manfred Moncama and a student of his who's also junior to me.
You're the one who's junior to me, and don't you forget it.
You're not conveniently avoiding the bar examinations, are you?
Huh. If you were able to pass, then I'll have absolutely no trouble at all. I'll never allow myself to lose to you, never.
Why does she always have to be this competitive?
Anyway, Papa, are you really assigning Miles Edgeworth to cover the case?
Yes, I am. Why do you ask?
Well, you know, I'm close to becoming a prosecutor myself. And I am 100% confident that I can do better jobs than him.
That's just like Franziska. She has no problem bad-mouthing someone right in front of them. Bat. Yeah. These two will be conducting the investigation. What? You want me to let both these children loose on the crime scene? This is the perfect opportunity for them to work on their prosecutorial skills. A crime scene is not a place for children to be messing around. I'm the one with the authority over this crime scene, Bat. And I will not tolerate complaining. Edgeworth, Franziska, I'll leave this case to the two of you. Understood, sir.
Yes, Papa.
I'll go take care of the paperwork now. Remember, I'll accept nothing but a perfect report from the both of you. Do not disappoint me. Hold up, one comma. I still haven't agreed to this.
Miles Edgeworth. It's been quite some time, Miss Franziska. This would be the perfect chance for us to see which of us is truly worthy of the Von Kammer name. Would it kill you to at least say hello? Of a long time no see.
Very good.
Just because you became a prosecutor first doesn't mean you can act all proud. She hasn't changed a bit. Miles Edgeworth, as I was saying, we shall see which one of us is worthy of the Von Kammer name.
Crying out loud, I've been reduced to a babysitter. It looks like Mr. Von Kammer was successful in convincing the detective. That's just like him, he never fails. Now I appreciate it if you could quickly come run with me through the facts, Detective Bad. You're better off checking things out on your own. Very well. Seems like getting help from Detective Bad will be a most arduous task.
September 10th, 4:15 p.m. District Court Defendants Lobby number 2.
It's the only real explanation that they killed each other simultaneously.
Miles Edgeworth, You should listen to someone until they are finished talking. What are you talking about? I'll only say it once more. This is a competition to see who is truly worthy of the one common name. A competition. The person that figures out the truth first wins. So the person who doesn't discover the truth is a dishonor to the name. Exactly. I don't care that you became a prosecutor before me. I simply refuse to hear any more foolish things coming from your foolishly foolish mouth. Fine, whatever makes you happy. Can't I take that as you accepting my challenge? Once again, whatever makes you happy. Well then, let's begin the investigation, shall we? I'm going to find the perfect evidence and prettily present it like the professional that I am. Competing to discover the truth behind a crime? How delightfully childish.
You kids over there, hold it.
Kid? Serves you right, Miles. He just called you a kid.
I said kids, kid.
How dare you call me a kid as well?
I'll do what I please, and I won't allow you to cause a ruckus on my crime scene. Hey, big guy, you're going to watch over these two.
Yes, sir. Detective Bat, sir. Now do what I say from now on, kids, okay? You'd better not get in our way, Scruffy. You'll feel the bite of my whip if you do. The new prosecutor boy. Let's get your investigation started already, alright? Great, now even that detective is treating me like a child. Right, it's time to get investigating. Get a move on, prosecutor boy. My name is Miles Edgeworth, and if you were to call me prosecutor boy one more time, it will be my duty as a prosecutor to look into your monthly salary. What? And what will you do with my salary after you saw how much it was? That's up to you now, isn't it? Really? Sounds good, pal. He's so naive. Detective Bat, may I have a word with you?
What is it?
It appears that both a knife and gun were used as murder weapons.
Yeah, it does.
That leads us to our first question of the investigation. Where did the men acquire the weapons?
The gun was inside of Faraday's bag. It was a piece of evidence that was presented in the trial earlier today. It was used to kill the Cordobian embassy staff member. But I never heard anything about the knife. Mr. Rill was being held by the police. There's no way he could have brought it in. Which means it's possible that Faraday had the knife on him from the start as well. Could it have been a piece of evidence that had yet to be presented? But then, why doesn't Detective Brand know about it? Wait, what if? Is it possible that Mr. Faraday brought the knife in under guise of prosecutorial evidence? Also, I think I just kicked the boom stand by accident. I'm sorry about that if it made a loud noise. He could just have brought it in and attacked Mr. Rill with it. Maybe you got a brain in there after all, kid.
Is he going to treat me like a child forever?
It looks like Mr. Faraday attacked Mr. Rill first, who then counterattacked. That's the only logical conclusion you can draw from a scene like this.
Not yet. I feel it's much too early to draw in conclusions already. I must first find conclusive evidence as to ensure the honor of the one common name. Yeah, that name is really not worth upholding any honor about, but yeah, let's get into it. Detective Band, do you have any thoughts on the case?
Faraday and Rill, it looks like they killed each other to me. Although, there are a few things that just don't seem right.
And what would they be?
Why don't you try thinking on your own first before you bother me, boy?
What? Now I've been downgraded to just a boy.
Whoa!
What is it, Detective Gumshoe? My TV home is tiny compared to this one, pal. Then perhaps you should purchase more normal-sized television like this one. Oh, let me see here. Wow, this thing is huge. Oh, and way too noisy. You're the noisy one, Scruffy. Don't touch it, you'll get your fingerprints all over it. But I didn't touch it. Preservation of the crime scene is the foundation of the detective work. The foundation, huh? Not like something the rookie up here needs to shore up on. Ah, I see. Did you figure something out? This is a competition, Miles, and as such I appreciate it if you didn't talk to me. As you wish. It looks like Mr. Faraday and Bill on top of Mr. Rell. At first glance, it seems like they must have killed each other, however. Using logic, the only logical conclusion is, aha! What? What was that outburst for? My detective instinct just hit me real hard. It was Mr. Rell that fell first, see? You don't need to be have a detective instinct for that. It's common sense. But I suppose we won't know much more than that until after I examine the bodies. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious looking nook and cranny. Let's see here. Looks like Mr. Faraday died while holding the gun in his right hand. So he shot Mr. Rell and then fell on top of him while still gripping onto the gun. I guess that does seem kinda strange, huh? I mean, why would Mr. Faraday know to fire a gun? Not exactly rocket science. Even I know how to pull the trigger. Although, I doubt I'll ever need to use one. I hope I never have to fire a gun either, pal. But it sure does look cool to hold a gun in your hands. It appears that the police screening procedures need a thorough review. Anyway, I should jot down some notes about the handgun in Mr. Faraday's hand. Why are there plastic bags scattered all around? Those bags are for keeping evidence. Those bags are for keeping evidence safe, pal. I know that much, detective. You sure are good at this stuff, aren't you, pal? Normally, I'd be happy when someone compliments me, but when it's this guy... Anyway, could these plastic bags be evidence of a fight between the two men? Looks like Mr. Rell died with a knife in his hand, sir. There's some blood stuck on it. Then he must have used this as a weapon. Yep, no doubt about it. Was Mr. Faraday carrying this on his personage? Did he bring this piece of evidence for the trial? Or did he bring it with a very different intention in mind? I should jot some notes down about it. First he killed a Cadobian embassy staff member, then he was murdered himself. Great, I have hat hair! I was starting to feel slightly warm, so I thought to remove my hat. I mean, move my hair out of the way, but of course that results in hat hair. And now the hat is in the way, so I can't see the screen, can I? There we go. First he killed the Cadobian embassy staff member, then he was murdered himself. This guy wasn't exactly an angel, you know. Oh, what makes you say that? Well, he's been hauled in the prison several times for theft and assault, pal. So yeah, he's definitely the type to have committed a murder too. Well, he did admit to killing Mr. Deadman. Hey, good point, pal. My detective's intuition was telling me something. Detective's intuition, huh? Yep. Do you know about it? It's a special feeling that all detectives We don't have time for this conversation right now. Let's return to the investigation. But pal... Mr. Faraday, how ironic it is for him to lose his life in the courthouse of all places. Yeah, why did it have to be like this? I don't know what to say. I can't believe this happened while I was on watch, pal. Well, then beating yourself up, you should spend your time continuing the investigation. Didn't you become a detective in order to solve crimes? Yeah, but... Then again, get back to work. Find out the cause of his murder. Right, I'm on it, pal. Is that everything I can find here? No, I'm missing something. His hand is all black down here, see? I wonder what it could be. If you look closely, this blotching pattern resembles an ink stain. An ink stain? Yes, I usually get ink on my own hands when I use my feather pen. A feather pen? I've never seen one before. Sure you aren't just making it up, pal? Mr. Rell's cause of death was from being shot, correct? Yeah, pal, but... That's what we think, but it's hard to tell with him lying face down. Death is bad enough, but it's truly lamenting that someone would try to hide the truth. Are you sure they were trying to hide something? I can't confirm Mr. Rell's cause of death with his body position like that. Detective Bad, I'd like to examine the bodies in further detail if possible. What's this? You're not able to form a theory with them the way they are? I believe an examination of the bodies is vital to finding the perfect evidence, don't you? I suppose you do have a point. Well, hurry up and get on with it. Labby. Yes, sir. We're taking enough photos of the scene, sir. And there you have it. Do you not approve? Of course not. What? Investigation of a crime scene is the work of a detective, so don't touch a thing. Hey, big fella, turn over the bodies for me, will you? Okay. Please forgive me, Mr. Faraday, sir. Gumshoe, do not get emotionally involved. Remember, you're a detective. Yes, sir. Understood, sir. I won't rest until I inspected every suspicious looking nook and cranny. Shot in the chest. Takes some guts to fire a gun in the courthouse. I mean, I've been a detective for a whole week, and I still haven't fired a single round yet. There aren't any burn marks on his clothes. That must mean... Wait, burn marks? A round grows very hot as it is discharged from a firearm. Therefore, burn marks are usually left when a shot is fired from point-blank range. At go, Mr. Rell must have been shot from at least a yard or two away. Sure do know a bunch of neat stuff for your age, pal. Apparently this detective has much common knowledge as your everyday marsupial. There's something in his breast pocket. It's a fountain pen. Okay. Because I'm in the mood for it, I want to show something off. This little baby, I got it in the mail the other day, and I'm just so glad it arrived before I'm done with this game, so that we can play it. Yeah, really excited about that. Because I kind of want to do both investigation games just right after each other. Hey, you know, I always keep a pencil behind my ear. It's because Detective Bad is always telling me, you should always write your name on everything you own. Yeah, somehow you do strike me as quite a forgetful individual. There's a knife wound in his chest here, see? I wonder if the wound matches the knife Mr. Rell was holding. Labby? Yes, sir. Very fine nice now, sir. Make it quick. From the look of things, one could deduce that the knife Mr. Rill is holding is what killed Mr. Faraday. Let us now try to understand how the two men died. First, Mr. Faraday took the gun and the knife out from today's trial evidence. Then he aimed the gun at Mr. Rill and fired. However, Mr. Rill managed to grab the knife and counter Mr. Faraday while being shot. Then the two men fell together where they stood. That is my theory in any case.
What a crazy way to go.
Still, something about that explanation just doesn't seem right. I believe I now have a firmer grasp on what happened here. Why are these plastic bags scattered all around?
Those bags are for keeping evidence, pal. I know that much, detective. You're sure good at this stuff, aren't you, pal?
Normally, I'd be happy with a compliment, but not from him. Blah blah blah, we already heard this. Ah, I see. Did you figure something out?
This is a competition, Miles. And as such, I'd appreciate it if you didn't talk to me.
As you wish. Let's see. Let's do some logic, shall we? That splotch on Mr. Faraday's hand. I wonder if it might be the ink from his fountain pen.
Oh, that's the lab guy.
Detective Gumshoe, I confirm that the substance on Mr. Faraday's hand is the ink from his fountain pen.
I see. Good work.
You know, I always wanted to say that, even if it was just one time in my life. If Mr. Faraday wrote with his fountain pen in his left hand, I think it's fair to assume he was left-handed. It appeared that Mr. Faraday's pen is very important to our case as well.
Okay, if you say so, pal.
Okay, and that does wrap up a lot of stuff. We already checked this area. Anything Bat can say to me? Detective Bat, do you have any thoughts on the case? Well, yeah. We already been over this dialogue. The window is open and... there's a fresh flowery scent in the air. The flowers in the garden down there are so gross and ghastly. Do you think maybe you could try offering something useful for a change?
Well, at least there's no way someone escaped through this window, pal. They wouldn't wake up and smell the flowers after fall from the third floor.
Are you willfully ignoring the fact that there are also iron bars in the windows?
Yeah, I guess there's that too. Either way, no one could get through these windows, right?
They thought of everything when they were designing this courthouse. Very nice. There are some plastic bags stacked on the table. There's a tea set too, but there doesn't seem to be any sign of disturbance.
Yeah, the table's all neat and tidy.
Maybe. They were super quiet in the scuffle. Thought I didn't hear anything from out in the hallway, you know. Maybe the plastic bags scattered on the floor are throwing us off. There's a very tidy pile of plastic bags on the table, and yet a portion of them wound up scattered on the floor as well. It's not like that the ones on the floor were knocked over during a struggle. In which case, might there not be another explanation as to how they got there? Another reason? I believe it's possible that the blood on the outside of the bag is related somehow.
Please get the blood away from me, pal.
Detective Gumshoe, whose blood is on this bag?
Hold on, let me ask the lab guy.
Alright, please hurry.
Wait, till you get a load of this, pal. It's Mr. Faraday's. Oh, and the technician said they didn't find anything else on or in the bag either. It would appear that this bag is a very important piece of evidence. Okay, if you say so, I'll leave it in your hands, pal. I guess there's not much left to investigate, huh? They really did kill each other, huh? No, we can't conclude that quite yet. There's still something I find very peculiar here. The theory that they simply killed each other is too simplistic in this case. In fact, there's actually a contradiction that shows there is another possibility. No way, pal! Really? I suppose I will just have to show you the conflict in this crime scene. Is the spot somehow connected to any of the evidence I hold? Let me see here. I know it's gonna contradict something. I just need to figure out what. This here is a left-handed fountain pen. It seems that Faraday was in the habit of using very nice fountain pens. That's a total opposite of me. I don't get these things at all. Well, I think the pencil behind your ear suits you just fine. Really? You think so, pal? Man, I knew it was worth something. That wasn't exactly a compliment, detective. Must be this one. Details. Approximately 4 p.m. discovered immediately after gunshot. Remarks about the body's knife stab to the chest. Will died of a bullet wound to the chest. The gun was burned in his clothes, suggesting he was shot from a few yards away. There's a clear contradiction with the spot. No, there isn't. And I'm being silly. Let's see here. Where this hand? Bullet that killed Will was fired from a few yards away. Okay, I am being a silly nilly today. It is the bullet wound, right? Faraday brought this evidence. It was found in Will's hand. I don't understand. I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be the bullet wound and the handgun, right? That they couldn't have fallen on top of each other because he shot him from a few yards away. That's the contradiction, right? Ballistic markers are kinda are the figurative fingerprints a gun leaves on a bullet when fired. Every gun leaves its own unique ballistic markings. Therefore, by looking at the markings on a bullet, you can tell which gun it came from. Yeah, that's it. Of course, I already knew all about that, pal. Maybe you'd be better off going back to the academy. Come on, sir. Cut me some slack, will ya? The bullet that was fired from this gun is what felled Mr. L. That's the knife. That's Mr. Rell. Gun. Let's have a look at the organizer, shall we?
KT8 incident is not relevant yet, at least. Gumshoe wasn't the whole on guard duty. Other than Gumshoe didn't hear a sign of struggle. Found in Faraday's hand. Bullet that killed Rill was fired from a few yards away. Faraday brought this as evidence. It was found in Rill's hand. Notes pertaining burned Faraday and McRill touched the checkpoint to see details. Approximately 4 p.m. discovered immediately after gunshot was heard. Remarks about the bodies. Faraday died of a knife stab to the chest. Will died of bullet wound to the chest. There is no gunpowder burn on this close, suggesting he was shot from a few yards away. Oh. It's the left and right hand thing again. Wow. Now we come to face with the contradiction I spoke of, and it is this. Mr. Faraday used his left hand to write with his fountain pen. Ergo, he is left-handed. And yet the handgun is in his right hand. Don't you find it odd that the left-handed Mr. Faraday would hold the gun in his right hand? That, lady and gentlemen, is the great contradiction haunting this crime scene.
Hey, you're right, pal. That does seem kind of strange. But how could something like that happen?
The facts add up to one conclusion and one alone. Someone else put the gun in Mr. Faraday's hand after he died.
Someone else?
Plastic bag scattered on the floor and a gun in the wrong hand. I sense the presence of a shadowy figure behind this case. A person of vile intent who's serious about keeping the truth from us. September 10th District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2.
Here's the autopsy report.
It is probable that Mr. Rell survived for a short time after he was shot. However, Mr. Faraday died instantaneously from his stabbing. Interesting. It looks like we now know everything we need to know about this case. Are you sure we know everything? Of course, the incident began with Mr. Faraday attempting to get his revenge. The prosecutor went into a rage from being accused and tried to kill the defendant. But the defendant fought back and they ended up killing each other. It's all very clear and simple. There's absolutely no margin for doubt. Do you really believe that to be the truth? Are you saying that just because they figured out the truth before you, that you don't want to believe it's true? It's alright if you disagree with my argument and prove me wrong. Well, if there are any contradictions to be found, that is. Don't worry, I will. I definitely will. What happened? Mr. Faraday's death was instantaneous while Mr. Rell survived for a short time. From this it is obvious that Mr. Faraday died after he shot Mr. Rell. And Mr. Rell, while on the brink of death, stole Mr. Faraday's knife and stabbed him. Those are the facts of this case. Mr. Faraday's death was instantaneous, therefore he must be attacked first. Proving that logic to be false is probably the fastest way to show her that she's wrong. In that case, I should first look for any holes in her theory. Hey Jens, nice to see you. Mr. Faraday's death was instantaneous while Mr. Rell survived for a short time. Do you truly believe that Mr. Faraday died instantaneously? I have the murder weapon right here. I have the murder report right here. Mr. Faraday died instantaneously of shock due to being stabbed in the chest. There, you see? It's been documented here today. Oh, okay. Well, this is obvious that Mr. Faraday died after he shot Mr. Rell. Mr. Faraday shot Mr. Rell before he died. Do you have any basis for that statement? Your foolishness has no end, does it? Now, I hate to repeat myself. Mr. Faraday died instantaneously. That's all the basis I need. Right, so if Mr. Faraday died instantaneously, then he must have attacked Mr. Rill before being stabbed. You're finally beginning to catch on, I see. And Mr. Rill, while on the brink of death, stole Mr. Faraday's knife and stabbed him. Did you believe that dying Mr. Rill stole the knife from Mr. Faraday? Mr. Rill became desperate, as he did not want to die. Human beings can do amazing things when they are put to the test. So the two men struggled, and in the end, Mr. Rill was able to grab the knife and stab Mr. Faraday. The messy condition of this room is a testament to their struggle. Yes, my logic is perfectly sound. Can you really say that it's perfect? What you insinuating? Nothing. However, I can't let what you said slide by without further inquiry. One must be clear and precise. If you could append that statement to your testimony. Fine. The struggle and Mr. Rill used the last of his strength to counterattack Mr. Faraday. About the statement, Mr. Rill used all of his remaining strength to take the knife and defend himself. One can easily see that they had a violent struggle. Of course, it's nothing compared to what my riding crop can do. How does one compare the damage her crop can do to the state of this room? Furthermore, all the plastic bags on the floor in this room were scattered here due to that fight. Is there anything else that I can explain for you? No, that would be fine. Those are the facts of this case. Claiming speculation as fact already, don't you feel that the evidence is a bit lacking? You'll find that all the evidence you need just by looking around this room. Mr. Faraday collapsed on top of Mr. Rill. In addition, Mr. Faraday died instantaneously, making a counterattack impossible. Furthermore, the room is a total mess from the fight. I dare say that there's more evidence here than I could whip at. It looks like she's becoming more and more confident. And looking at this place, she might have a right to be. After all, everything here seems to support her theory. It looks like you're starting to see my point. I've as good as won our little competition. There's something strange about Francis's theory. I should compare her claim with the data I've gathered thus far. I just know there's a contradiction somewhere. They struggled, and Mr. Rill used the last of his strength to counterattack Mr. Faraday. Well, tied of bullet wound to the chest. There's no gunpowder burn on his clothes. He's shot from a few yards away. Alive for a little while after being shot. One of these bags strewn on floor lobby number 2 has Faraday's blood on it. Nope, that was the wrong piece of evidence. Just gonna skip the... It's quite alright, Jens. It was nice having you by. Later then. They struggled and Mr. Rill used the last of his strength to counterattack Mr. Faraday. It is... let's figure this out. Mr. Faraday died instantaneously. Faraday brought this evidence. It was found in Rill's hands. Nope, also incorrect. I'm having another moment of I can't remember the solution, and
It doesn't seem obvious to me either. Actually, no, it is obvious. Never mind, it's not obvious at all. It has to be this statement. Right? The struggle Mr. Rill used the last of his strength to... The struggle and Mr. Rill used the last of his strength to counterattack Mr. Faraday. Oh! It's because of Gumshoe's... I've been ignoring Gumshoe's testimony for because I was like, that's not important yet. I hate when I read something I've been ignoring and it's like, wow, it's so obvious. Why didn't I read that earlier? I hate when that happens. If the two men were fighting, their struggle would surely cause quite a bit of noise. However, Detective Gumshoe testified that he heard absolutely nothing. You place too much faith in that detective's testimony, you know. But for the sake of argument, let's say that wasn't a fight. How then did Mr. Dale get his hands on the knife? Miss Faraday's bag was sitting right there, here in lobby number 2. It is not hard to imagine that perhaps Mr. Rill saw a chance and took it out at some point. So what you're saying is this. Mr. Rill took a chance when he saw the opportunity and took the knife from the back. Yeah, we both forgot about it. It happens. I hate when I'm replaying an Ace Attorney game and I forgot something and this happens. And then Mr. Faraday shot Mr. Rill after being stabbed. Isn't there something strange in Francisca's statement just now? You know, something is definitely off. Wait, something doesn't add up. Oh, really? Is it not possible for Faraday to have shot Mr. Rill after being stabbed? As he died instantaneously. According to the coroner's report, Mr. Faraday died instantaneously. Meaning that he died immediately upon being stabbed by the knife. Ergo, he could not possibly have fired the gun after that. Oh, you got me. But of course. Well then, if the report is correct, then there is only one correct explanation. If we suppose that Mr. Rill attacked first, then Mr. Faraday, who died instantaneously, would have been unable to kill Mr. Rill. Therefore, Mr. Rill must have stabbed Mr. Faraday after he was shot. Then they both died. And that is the only explanation that makes logical sense. Negating your opponent's ideas in order to prove your own theory. I see you've been studying, Francisca. I just wanted to explain it to you as simply as possible, before you foolishly propose a foolish theory that only foolish fool like yourself could. And how naive of you to believe that only your opinions are valid, and still expect to discover the truth that the crime scene offers you. Francisca, you still got a ways to go. What you talking about? Are you saying there's a flaw in my logic? Mr. Faraday died instantaneously, and the fact that he did is what gives rise to the contradiction in this scene. The contradiction here is in this crime scene. Is there is a contradiction in the order you say the crime took place in. Oh, in that case, why don't you prove the contradiction already? Miles Edgeworth, remember that the V1 commerce must strive to be perfect in every way. And that kind of half-baked answer can hardly be called perfect now, can it? Let me get this straight. What you're arguing is this. Mr. Faraday took the gun from his evidence bag and shot Mr. Rill. Then the wounded Mr. Rill found an opportunity to take the knife and strike back. Upon being stabbed, Mr. Faraday died on the spot and Mr. Rill died thereafter. If that's the case, then how do you explain this?
Take a good look at the order in which their bodies are piled.
No!
Mr. Faraday's body is lying on top of Mr. Rell's, therefore. Mr. Rell must have died before Mr. Faraday.
Impossible!
Yes, I agree that it seems strange no matter what angle you approach it from. Which means that the real mystery behind this crime scene...
No, not so fast, Miles Edgeworth.
What now?
I simply think that you ought to think a bit more outside the box. And that it's even clearer now that the incident started with Mr. Faraday's murderous intent.
You sure bounced back quickly. An explanation won't be enough this time. It's going to take some very decisive evidence to prove her wrong.
It was just a chance that Mr. Faraday's body fell on top of Mr. Rell's. The two bodies fell into a pile, which indicates that they attacked each other at the same time. It really doesn't matter in the slightest that they fell in the opposite order.
I just know that Francisca's explanation is absolutely correct. All I have to do is find a hole in her logic. Once I do, I can then present her with the evidence that proves the contradiction.
The two bodies fell into a pile, which indicates they attacked each other at the same time. Which indicates they attacked each other at the same time.
What do you mean by they attacked each other at the same time?
I assume Mr. Faraday had the two different weapons in his hands. He made to attack Mr. L while holding both the knife and the revolver. And then, after Mr. Faraday fired the gun, Mr. L grabbed the knife as he was falling and stabbed Mr. Faraday. That is how Mr. L fell wound up on the bottom with Mr. Faraday on top. At close range, that is more than possible.
Yes, it is possible, but...
Well, if you have any other ideas, then show me what you've got.
Oh, I will. And to that extent, I'd like for you to append what you just said to your testimony.
I don't see any point to that, but as you please. Again, another moment of, I'm ahead of the case and I got punished for it. The fact indicates that they attacked each other at the same time from close range. I was like, yeah, they couldn't have attacked each other at the same time because the gun was fired at a long distance. But I needed her to mention the close range before it counted. Thank you, game. Thank you, game. Oh, this is the most annoying part of Ace Attorney. That's when that happens.
Do you believe they killed each other at close range? Sorry, but that's impossible. Just as it is written in the crime scene notes. The firing of the handgun did not leave gunpowder burn on Mr. Rell's clothes. Therefore, Mr. Rell and the gun must have been separated by a distance of at least 2 or 3 yards. Yes, this is by far the biggest contradiction. Two bodies are piled up on each other, and yet the gun was fired from a distance. And with there being no chance that Mr. Rell moved that far after being shot. That leaves only one possible explanation.
What a complete foolish line of foolish thought from the thoroughly foolish fool! If I'm not right, then who was it that made the first move with the intent to kill? Who?
The person that attacked first with murderous intent, that would be... neither of them. Here in this room, contradictions appear no matter which man we claim attacked first. Thus, there can only be one explanation. There was a third person here. It was that third person who killed both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell, and set their bodies up to make it look like a double murder. That third person is the real culprit.
Miles Edgeworth, there's just one thing you're missing.
Evidence, correct?
Exactly. Everything you said up until now is nothing but a story played out in your head. However, this is where the real test begins. Can you prove that there was a third person involved in this crime scene?
Of course. If the third person was truly here, that fact would resolve the glaring contradiction. The proof that this has all been a setup made to look like they killed each other. I'll present it and lay bare the final piece of the puzzle that's not yet in place. What is the piece of evidence that proves there is a third person involved? The gun in Mr. Faraday's hand and the plastic bag with his blood on it. These two items point to the presence of a third person. How so? Recall Detective Gumshoe's testimony. I was in the hallway the whole time, but I didn't hear a single peep of a struggle. If there wasn't a struggle in this room, then there shouldn't be any plastic bags on the ground, meaning that someone else must have deliberately scattered them around. Do you not see the possibility in this? Disregarding the gun for the moment, there is a high probability of blood splatter when a knife is used on a person. If the culprit held the knife with a plastic bag around it, they could use the bag to catch any blood splatter from when they withdrew the knife. Then, by spreading a few more plastic bags around, mixing the blood one in with them, and arranging the room to make it look like there was a struggle between the two, they were able to conceal their presence. Looks like we still got a long way to go in this investigation. Yes. What the heck's up with you, pal? Mr. Bat, I advise you to place Detective Gumshoe under arrest. What? Hey, pal! What's the meaning of this? Looks like you're not man enough to discipline your own subordinates. Don't you dare. That detective claims he was there, standing in front of the door the entire time. But I have in good authority that it was all a giant lie. Miss Yu, I ask that you please explain the last statement. I'll let His Honor explain it himself. I saw it with my own eyes, I tell you. During the recess, there was a period of time when there was no one in the hallway. What? See, Mr. Bat. So I ask you why would the detective who was supposedly doing his job the whole time want to fabricate such a lie? Don't you? Did you kill Faraday? No, sir! No! Of course not, sir! It would appear that the one who's set this whole crime scene up is that detective, which makes it in his testimony a complete lie and wholly invalid. It looks like your perfect logic has just come tumbling down, Mr. Edgeworth. I was in the hallway the whole time. I didn't hear a single peep of a struggle. Was that statement really a lie? Detective Gumshoe, you are now a suspect in the murder of 2 men. Now spit out the truth, or so help me. I haven't lied to anyone, sir, honest. He really was there. I was in the hallway the whole time. Detective Bad, I ask that you please do not act without my permission. After all, I am the one that is heading up this investigation, am I not? Don't talk like you know what's going on, boy. All I want is for this investigation to run perfectly. Perfection is the only wish of a disciple of Von Karma, after all. Therefore, before you take Detective Gumshoe into custody, I'd like to set the record straight on something. And what's that? What should I ask Detective Gumshoe about? Detective Gumshoe, I take that no one else was in that hallway at any time, correct? Of course not, pal. You're being awfully defensive. Might you be hiding something from me? Watch your mouth, pal. You can't go around saying stuff like that about me without any evidence. I suppose you're right. I have no evidence at this point. Miles Edgeworth, how can you be losing a battle of wits with this detective? You're a disgrace. What should I ask Detective Gumshoe about? Detective Gumshoe, why were you missing from the hallway for a span of time? Look, pal, like I said, I was there the whole time, okay? but there's a testimony against you there. Master Edgeworth, why are you wasting our time with a completely useless question? The only logical reason as to why he would be absent is that he was busy committing the crime. Anyone who says otherwise is a fool. I suppose the one thing I like clarified is Detective Gumshoe's motive for committing this crime. Motive, huh? Gumshoe, you got a grudge against Faraday or anything? No, sir! Not me, not a single bad thing against Mr. Faraday, sir. Is that a fact?
You really have a problem with lying, don't you, Detective Gumshoe?
I'm telling you, I am not lying.
The more unnatural you act, the more suspicious you become, you know. If you want a motive, Edgeworth, I have one for you right here. Would you please share it with us? However, be forewarned that I won't hesitate to object to Flight's fancy, because all I'm interested in here is the perfect explanation. You're serious, aren't you? Fine. You amuse me, so I'll humor you with a little courtroom practice. It was about a week ago. I saw the detective get chewed out by a livid Faraday in front of the prison. He stood there super pale as Mr. Faraday yelled, "That's salary cut for you, you nitwit!" A brand new detective suddenly getting his salary cut, that's reason enough for a grudge. Well, how's that for the perfect explanation?
You totally misunderstand me, pal. No matter how mad I get, I could never hold a grudge. Quiet. We can't trust anything you say. Sir?
There's nothing wrong with the motives you propose per se, but there are some gaps in her logic that need to be filled in. Misuse perfect explanation may not be so perfect at all. It was about a week ago. A week ago. Then you and Detective Gumshoe are acquaintances. No way. I only met him in person today. And how did you know about Detective Gumshoe? Oh, I've seen him around before. And I saw the detective get chewed out by a livid Faraday in front of the prison. Mr. Faraday was upset. Yeah, you know what else? Mr. Faraday isn't exactly known to get angry often. But that was totally was. Be it red in his face. And the offending detective just stood there pale as a ghost, like he was about to die. Just like the face is making now, right?
Oh, I'm completely innocent, I tell you.
Oh, the poor man. It was quite the scene with the detective. He stood there super pale as Mr. Faraday yelled, "That's a salary cut for you, nitwit." You just stood there watching this unfold in front of you. Yeah, I have to say it was really enjoyable too. But that's why when I saw the Gumshoe earlier, I knew we'd steer clear of him.
No way. I thought it was because I had something stuck on my face.
But you do. You do.
What I got stuck on my face?
Let's start with your eyes, nose, mouth. Oh, and those ridiculous eyebrows. Oh man, messing with your head is just too much fun. Miss Yu, if you don't mind, I'd like to return to your testimony now. Sure, why not? A brand new detective suddenly getting a salary cut. That's reason enough for a grudge? To cut a new detective's salary right off the bat. I'm not really familiar with the way you guys relate, but is that a common practice?
Speaking of cutting my salary, didn't you threaten to do that to me earlier too?
I suppose I did. It's only natural to cut the worthless detective's salary down to their actual worth. My father can even fire anyone new or old with a snap of his fingers. Do you think maybe that's reason enough for detectives to hate you people?
Well, I I guess they really shouldn't cut people's pay. Detective Bad, don't tell me one karma cut your salary earlier. Well, how's that for a perfect explanation? You call your explanation perfect. Is it not to your liking? Unfortunately for you, it is just not up to my standards. Oh, is there something you want me to clarify in that case? What should I do? Should I raise an objection? Yes, I should. Alright, if you could clear this one thing up for me. I understand Detective Gumshoe potential motive for killing Mr. Faraday. However, what about his motive for killing Mr. Rell? His motive for killing Mr. Rell? Like I would know. If there was no clear motive for both the murders, then I doubt his incident would have occurred, wouldn't you agree? Is there anyone else who might have a grudge against either of the two men? Or should we look into that ourselves? Oh, in that case, I have absolutely no idea. What? But that's impossible. She must know something. Wait! Can you please not glare at me like that? It makes me laugh. I didn't even do anything and you're already laughing away. Well, anyway, the way I see it, as long as I had a motive to kill one of the... As long as I had a motive to kill one of the two, the crime would have played out the way it did anyway. Oh, would you care to explain your logic? And this time, please try to provide a truly perfect explanation. Perfect this, perfect that. Stop being so uptight, or is that requisite trait for being a one karma? Miss Edgeworth, I demand that you shut this rude woman up. I wish you both be quiet for just 1 second. Oh well, I guess I'll just have to explain it to you kids. There's no one out there with a motive to kill both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell. All you really have to establish is that someone had a grudge against one of the two men. Mr. Rell, who happened to be there, became a witness to Mr. Faraday's murder. Therefore, he was killed out of necessity and set up to look like they had killed each other. I wonder if that's really true. Is there no one out there with a grudge against both men? I should take another hard look at the evidence for this morning's case. The second KT8 incident has people, as people calling it, involved an ambassador staff member and the two men who both wound up as suspects in the case. Is there someone else I'm overlooking who is somehow related to them? The Cordobian Embassy staff member Manny Coach found not guilty. The victim, Miss CCU. Data over the Amano group. What's his relation to... There's no one there with a motive to kill both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell. So there is no one else who might have a grudge against both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell. I suppose no one is a bit of a stretch, but I'm pretty sure no one like that was here in this courthouse today. She's lying through her teeth. We just saw someone like that here earlier. Besides, you don't need proof that the killer had a grudge against both men. All you really have to do is establish that someone had a grudge against one of the two men. And there you have it. Someone with a grudge against one of the men. In that case, aren't there plenty of other people who fit the bill? Sure, after all, who doesn't garner scorn from another simply by being alive? But the only one who held a grudge and acted upon it by killing was Detective Gumshoe. Furthermore, Mr. Rell, who happened to be there, became a witness to Mr. Faraday's murder. So you're saying that he was basically silenced. Aren't you glad you managed to avoid the same fate, Your Honor? Why, if you had been the one to witness the blood-covered detective... What? Detective Gumshoe, you would kill even me? What? I could never do something so terrible as that, Your Honor. There's no need for even a second of deliberation. I will hand down my verdict here. Your Honor, take a look around. We are not in court right now. It would be greatly appreciated if you would stay here with us in reality. Oh, please forgive me. I know what I do.
And you there, Mr. Yu. Hurry up and continue with your testimony. If you fail to do so, I will whip you into shape. Oh, that's nice. Sounds kind of like fun, actually. Anyway, Detective Gumshoe, had to erase the witness, Mr. Rell. Therefore, he was killed out of necessity instead of to look like they've killed each other.
I didn't do it, pal.
No hard feelings, but I don't think we can take the word of a criminal seriously.
But I can't even begin to think up ways to set up a crime scene.
Well, I suppose you do lack the necessary tactical mind to try to do such a thing.
Why do you have to kick a man when he's down, pal?
Oh, you shouldn't put yourself down, Detective. You're a big boy. I bet you fought it up all by yourself, right?
Yeah, that's right. And I worked real hard at it too. I think this proves one thing about the detective. He has the mental acuity of a worm. I have to admit her explanation makes sense. However, there is also something else she overlooked in her testimony. I should present that piece of evidence and see if I can't make her see the truth.
There's no one out there with a motive to kill both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell. Oh, Miss Yu, I believe there is someone you overlooked in making your statement. Or rather, is it because you'd rather not bring this person up? What do you mean? We are looking for someone with a reason to kill both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell. I can think of at least one person that fits the bill. He was the suspect in the original KG8 incident, and a member of the Kodobian embassy staff, Mr. Manny Kochin. That's right, the very man who came to visit you earlier out in the hallway. The man who killed a member of the Kodobian embassy staff, Mr. Rell, and the man who was the lead prosecutor of the KG8 incident, Mr. Faraday. Are you telling me that Mr. Kochin had no reason at all to kill both of these men? Well, I suppose he might have had a reason or two.
You covered for me, pal. Maybe you're not such a bad guy after all.
Don't get ahead of yourself. You're still a suspect. Make no mistake about that. The perfect evidence, the perfect testimony. These are the only things I wish to hold.
But I didn't do it.
You will stay under my authority and go investigate Mr. Manny Kochin for me. And remember, I will not be very forgiving should any of this leak out.
You want to investigate Kochin? You just be wasting your time.
And why is that?
Kochin was up in the viewing gallery watching the trial, or so I was told. Every cop in this place has been keeping an eye on the guy since he arrived.
Then the only real suspect we have is still Detective Gumshoe. I suppose so.
No way, come on, Detective Bad. You gotta believe me, sir. I really wasn't the hallway the whole time, sir. I never took a single step into this room, sir.
Okay then, are you saying there was someone else who passed through the hallway?
No, there was no one else, sir.
Then why should I believe you didn't do it? And that is one incredibly foolish detective, standing right in front of a crime scene all by himself. It's as good as a confession of guilt. I have to admit, it is a bit strange. Most criminals will fabricate some sort of lie to escape their crimes. And if that detective really wanted to prove that he is innocent, you'd think he would at the very least offer up as I spaced out while on duty or the like.
Come on, Gumshoe, time for your interrogation.
Take the bad. Miles Edgeworth, I will go on ahead and report this to Papa.
And that they say is that. Right, everyone. Ho, ho, ho. I am Santa Claus. Well, I suppose we should both be getting back to our real jobs now, huh? Before we do, Miss Yu, there is something I'd like to speak with you about. What is it? So, what did you want to ask me about? The current case of the murdered Cadomian embassy staff member. I've heard that people have been calling it the second KT8 incident. Only among your law enforcement types. And what about it? I'd like for you to tell me everything you know about the original KT8 incident. I'm afraid I can't help you. I don't know anything beyond what was reported in the papers. No, I believe you know much more. Since you are directly tied to the KT8 incident, I'd appreciate it if you stop with the false accusations. Based outbursts are useless both inside and outside the courtroom, don't you know? I do. But I also know that I do have a leg to stand on here. Think you can stop making that ultra serious face in front of me? If you could please stop laughing just as 1 second. I'm not going to make any headway like this. I'm just going to have to show her exactly how related to the KT8 incident she is. Miss Yu, I believe that I have proof of your connection to the KT8 incident. That file is your proof. Very well then. Why don't you tell me exactly how I'm related to the KT8 incident? Your connection to the KT8 incident is through the victim. The victim's name is CCU. You will note that she has the same last name as you. Can you really still tell me with a straight face that you are not related to this case? Oh, sorry, but we're not related. Just kidding. You asked that question with such a serious look on your face that I couldn't help but... Miss Yu, I asked you please tell me the truth. Alright, I'll tell you everything I know. Fun story, actually. No, never mind. KT8 incident. As you guessed, the one who reported the smuggling activities of the Amano group was my sister CCU, as I thought, and she was killed right before she was to testify at the impending trial by Manny Kochin, but because he was tried once and was acquitted, he gets to live out the rest of his cushy life completely carefree. All because of a lack of evidence. No, I heard that the evidence to convict him did exist. What? I heard it from Mr. Faraday himself after Mr. Kochin's trial was over. Apparently a man in black made off with the most important piece of evidence. Then the evidence had been tampered with. Isn't it just like a criminal to do something like that? The smuggling ring being run out by the Amano group by one of the secretaries. The ballet Mr. Kochin out. Turns out they were in the league with each other all along. How big was that smuggling ring? Was it a large operation? I don't really know. Which is why I wanted to become the real lead defense. On this case that people are calling the second KT8 incident. But I haven't learned anything new at all. I was probably expecting too much, I know. You mean you think this case has nothing to do with the smuggling ring? I don't know what to think. Why did Mr. Kochin want to meet with you earlier? Actually, he came to watch the trial. Apparently he only found out that I was the defense lawyer on this case after he had arrived. He figured he should say hi, and one other thing. Looks like you couldn't resolve anything this time either. Too bad. What's that supposed to mean? Oh boy, stop with this scary face already. Fine, really. I gave him a good slap across the face. The way she talks about slapping him as she laughs away is kind of creepy. But it's just as Mr. Bad said. He's not related to the double murder. I asked around and people in the gallery claimed that he was in secret the entire time. Talk about cruel fate. Well, this is about all I know. Sorry. Guess I wasn't much help, huh? That's not true. I'm sorry I made you recall such a painful time in your life. Edgeworth, you really are too serious for your own good. You really need to learn to relax. We wouldn't want you to die of stress, would you? Like, this girl is so untrustworthy, I swear. Like, she's laughing at everything, and like she has no control over her emotions. But then at the same time, she's at the drop of hat, it's just like serious face. You really need to learn to relax. Like, it feels so fake, you know? Like she's how do I put it? Like she's being manipulative. I think it's like they're trying to write a two-facet character with two facets, but she just feels so untrustworthy because of it. Thank you for your advice, but there is no need to worry. I work in my own way, and I will catch this criminal in my own way as well. You'll see. Look at you with your gammon face ready to go. I'm making no such face. Did you know laughter is the best medicine, Edgeworth? Don't you get tired of making such a serious face all the time? I'm charged with making such sure that all the criminals of this world are found guilty. I have no need for laughter. There you go, making that face again. Oh well, I've got to get going. I still have a few loose ends I need to tie up. The KG8 incident and this murder investigation. It is my belief that these two cases are related to each other somehow. First, the detective Gumshoe. It's obvious he's lying, even though the lie is hurting his chances. Clearly, this case is far from over. But whether or not that detective is the murderer, I can only be determined once I completed my perfect investigation. Mr. Von Karma, I swear to uphold your honorable name, or my name isn't Miles Edgeworth. I swear I love this case. It's generally just a really good case. I also love all the characters in them, including Callista Yu. I know I said she's untrustworthy, but I think she's fun. September 10th, 4:45 p.m. District Court, 3rd floor lobby. Okay. Sir, what is to become of the trial into Cadopian Embassy staff member murder? Indeed, since both the suspect and the prosecutor are now dead, the case will be dismissed. In other words, the trial ends here prematurely. Looks like you'll have to wait just a bit longer for your debut. I suppose it can't be helped. The evidence for this trial will be transferred to you in a little while. So, what do you think about the murder of the Cadopian Embassy staff member? And the murders of Faraday and Sorrel? What an outrageous circus it has all become. That Faraday brought it all upon himself with his naivete. An outrageous circus, right, sir? I grow wary of this topic, Edgeworth. I will have you assigned to a different case. Papa, you'll come and watch my courtroom debut next, won't you? I'll consider it. So, if I may please allow me to continue with my investigation. Whatever for? I know that there is already a suspect in the murder of Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell. However, there is not enough evidence to prove that it was he who committed the crime. I like to continue investigating in order to find the perfect proof of his guilt. Perfect proof. Don't make me laugh. A worthless person like you has no right to claim such a thing as perfection. Papa, who do you think is the real culprit behind these murders? Miles and I were competing to see who can find the real killer first. Plus, being able to investigate a real crime scene is really a rare opportunity. It would give us some real life experience, wouldn't you agree? If you want to investigate this case that much, then do as you wish. Then you're allowing us to continue. In court, your top priority is to win, and a solid investigation is one of the keys to winning. We have to make sure you become recognized as a first-rate prosecutor, don't we? It wouldn't be very interesting or otherwise. I'm returning home. Edgeworth, Francisca, see to it that I'm not disturbed, save for the results of your competition. Yes, sir. Of course, Papa. Francisca, thank you. What are you thanking me for? Your logic earlier was built on that Scruffy detective's lie. That means that the competition is still on. Yes, you are just as you wished. I couldn't let myself get off so easily. Now then, let's see how well you fare on the investigation from here on, Miles Edgeworth. I know I don't have enough information yet, so my first order of business would be to question anyone involved with this case. Wasn't me, I tell ya. I didn't do anything wrong. Yes, I understand, sir. So let's just calm down, okay, buddy? I don't doubt I'll get anything useful from the detective while he's this agitated. Miss you. Oh, it's you, Edgeworth. And who are you? Wait, you were at the crime scene just now, weren't you? You should be disbarred for not knowing who I am. I am Francisca von Kammer, and I am about to become the successor to the family names. About to? I guess that means that for now you're still just another kid. In which case it's only natural that I didn't know who you are. Why are you whipping me? Anyway, it looks like they're planning to hold the evidence a bit longer. If there's one thing I can't stand, it's waiting. I'm terribly sorry, but I have got a few more questions to ask of you. Look at you, your eyebrows scrunched with lines on your forehead. And that to ask of you. What exactly is so funny? Sorry, I'm just bad at dealing with super serious atmospheres. Apparently they failed to teach you proper behavior at the crime scene in law school. I feel as much better now, so what is it you want to talk about? I'd like to inquire as to where you were at the time of the murder. We were in the defendant lobby number 1 the whole time up until we heard the gunshot. And by we I mean Mr. Bat. If you don't believe me, feel free to ask him yourself. You were with Detective Bat? Why? We had a little something to discuss, that's all. So I take it that you are acquainted with Detective Bat. Yeah, he was the detective in charge of the KD8 incident. Detective Bat is also related to that incident. That's right, he was the one who was supposed to protect my sister, Cece. But you know how that turned out, don't you, Edgeworth? Well, Edgeworth, I have no idea what you two are talking about. I've never heard of the KD8 incident from my papa. But how does that case relate to you, Mr. Yu? The victim of the case, Cece Yu, was my little sister. You're making that super serious face again. I'm fine, really. I just make it a point to rub some more salt in his wounded pride every time I see him. The way she talks about doing that as she laughs away is kind of creepy. Oh, speaking of Mr. Bat, and he and Mr. Faraday, I'd say they met up just about every single time the Yatagrasu made a move. It was practically a given that the two would meet up at every one of the crime scenes. I see. He did mention that he is in charge of the Yatagrasu investigation earlier. Maybe we should ask her what she knows about the Yatagrasu in more detail. You claimed that at the time of the murder you were with Detective Bat. But don't your lawyers always discuss the trial with your clients during the recess? We do, and that's what I was planning to do. But Mr. Faraday was being rather threatening and he dragged Mr. Rill away. After that, Mr. Bat came into lobby number 1, so we were staying there and talked. And what did you talk with Detective Bat about? Nothing interesting. just insulted him some. Talking about how the trial was going and then insulted him some more. Bloody when she's not laughing, her mouth seemingly spews nothing but insults. Anyway, Mr. Bat and I were in the defendant lobby number 1 when the murders occurred. So I really can't tell you anything about the hallway or lobby number 2. I see. I'd like to ask you a few questions about your client, Mr. Macrell. Now, your client's first claimed to be the Yatagrasu, is that correct? Yeah. Once I heard that it was the Yatagrasu that had made off with the evidence from KG8, I began to ask Mr. Rell all sorts of questions, but to no avail. Turns out Mr. Rell was not the Yatagrasu. He had just made that up. He made it up? Mr. Rell's crime was caught on tape by the security cameras. But there's no footage of him sneaking into the Cordobian embassy himself. Hold on for just 1 second. Then you mean to say that you knew that he was not the real Yatagarasu, and that he was just another cold-blooded killer, and you were ready to defend him? Yes, that's right. I see. So the defense lawyer is actually just someone whose job is to cover for criminals. That's why defense lawyers are so detestable, but they are no match for us Vankamas. I don't believe it, you're such serious. Why don't you save that face for something really worth being serious about? And Edgeworth, do you remember what I said earlier? Have my own agenda. I'm still on the hunt for the hit. At least regarding the KT-8 incident, alright? And for that you have not a single qualm about defending a known killer. Don't put words in my mouth. I said no such thing. The only way I had to get close to Mr. Bell was to be his lawyer. I had no intention of covering for him ever. So don't you dare suggest I was going to. I'm sorry, forget my rashness. Miss Yu, I was wondering if you could tell me about the Yatagarasu. The Yatagarasu, huh? I don't really know much about the character myself, but I do get a lot of consultation requests from companies to defend them. Requests from companies? Yatagarasu isn't some petty thief out for money, you know. Alright then, perhaps the Yatagarasu isn't the business for stealing people's lives. You're not very funny or witty, are you, little Miss Vankama? Francisca, be careful about who you whip. Choose carefully or we may be sued. Yeah, I chose carefully. Just like you wanted. Oh. That's just how. That's hilarious, little Missy. Of course it was. What is wrong with these two women? Why does my pain give them delight? And so, in the end, what is the Yatagarasu? I had to say I had never even heard of this thief when I was in Germany. Yatagarasu deals in information, mainly in digging out dirt about backroom dealings and the like of companies. The Yatagarasu is a vigilante who steals such info and then makes it public for all to see. Vigilante or not, this person sounds like just another criminal to me. I suppose you could put it that way too. But anyway, I get a lot of more clients now thanks to that thief. Sounds like Miss Yu is profiting nicely. I suppose I've gotten all I can out of Miss Yu. I should move on and speak with Detective Gumshoe now. Detective Gumshoe. Hey, it's you, pal. You're here. Oh. As am I. I don't think you needed to whip him to let him know that. I didn't do it, pal. I swear on my honor as a detective. I really didn't. Your words are useless. I place my trust only in the evidence, detective. Once the investigation is fully over, and should we find that you are the killer, there will be no mercy to be had for you. Have a heart, pal. But you are not worried, right? After all, you have nothing to worry about if you really are innocent, that is. That's right. Hey, pal, go on and do your perfect investigation and get the real killer for me, will you? I would have done so even had you not requested me to, detective. So you and Mr. Faraday had a small meeting last week, did you? And what exactly did you do to make him so angry? I just asked Detective Bat the same thing myself, pal. Turns out he was mad at me because of my very first day as a detective. I reported in at my usual post instead of the Criminal Affairs Department. By the time I got down to the Criminal Affairs, I was really late. And that's when he gave me that huge speech. I remember doing the same exact thing in elementary school. On the first day of school every year, I'd always wind up going to my old classroom. How pathetic for the detective to be compared to a mere school child. You claim to be standing guard in front of the door to the lobby number 2 during the recess. However, when did you receive the order to do so, and from whom? Earlier at around 3:20 and from Detective Bad Pal. Today's trial took a really crazy turn, so I was told to make sure nothing happened to Mr. Faraday. And yet something did happen to him, correct? It looks like it was a total waste of manpower to assign you to guard duty. Your words sting worse than your whip, pal. So it was Detective Bat who ordered him to stand guard, huh? Now then, Detective Gumshoe. Is there anything else you'd like to tell me? Nope, not a thing, pal. In that case, allow us to take a look at what you are carrying in your personage. Hey, wait! You can't do that! There's nothing of any particular value here. Well, my handcuffs and badge were confiscated by the Detective Bat, so you know. And what is that open envelope I see sticking out of your coat pocket? Hands off, pal! Just show it to us already. Uh-oh. Annual bonus check within $5 total, except there's no check inside. You had your look, now give it back, pal. It's my first bonus as a brand new detective. I just got it and cashed it in today. I had literally no cash in me up until I did, you know. So that envelope is really special to me. Now give it back. You don't need rubbish like this. Don't worry, we'll throw it away for you later. How could you? I'm sorry, but I need to take him in for questioning now. I think I asked him just about everything I needed to. No wait, since he became a suspect, there's one piece of evidence that should be confirmed. Also, I asked you wait a second. I still have one thing I'd like to reconfirm with Detective Gumshoe. Understood, but please make it brief, sir. I want to hear it from the horse's mouth. You must confirm whether or not his testimony about when the crime occurred is the truth. You told earlier that you heard no sound other than the gunshot out in the hallway. Is that correct? No mistake about it, pal. Then I missed a lot of dialogue. Is that also correct? Yep. Not even a single ant passed through that hole while I was on duty. You do realize that the lie you're telling is only making life more difficult for yourself. Oh. But it's true. I didn't see anyone go through that hallway, and I didn't hear anything else, pal. I bet the killer found a way to kill the two guys that's beyond what I can even imagine. So he intends to continue telling this ridiculous lie. But why would he do so, given the situation he's in? I believe a thorough investigation of the hallway in front of the defendant's lobby is in order. You! How could you have not noticed that coming? Wasn't that the child I changed money for earlier? Thanks, mister. That's exactly what I needed. Kids can sometimes be so cruel. It looks like he dropped something. Maybe we should arrest the girl. She might turn out to be a valuable lead. I believe some sort of punishment may need to be dealt with the next time we meet her. I believe I've asked all that I need to of this man. Now for Detective Bad and the judge. We have to confirm who is correct, the judge or that scruff face, right? I suppose we should inspect the hallway in front of the lobby number 2 next then. I suppose so. Shall we head on over, Francisca? Center District Court hallway. So did you see anything else? No, I don't think so. I see. Well, thanks for your cooperation. Oh, it's nothing. My duty as a defender of the law. That'll be all for now. I'll ask again if I have any other questions. Anytime, detective. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a few loose ends I have to tie up. Oh, you're the new prosecutor Mr. Von Kammer recommended, right? My name is Miles Edgeworth, Your Honor. And I'm Manfred Von Kammer's daughter, Francisca Von Kammer. I'm set to become the successor to my genius father any day now, Your Honor. I see, Mr. New Prosecutor recommended by Von Kammer and... Oh! I bit my tongue. Are you alright, Your Honor? Please feel free to refer to me just as Miss Von Kammer, Your Honor. As for him, just Edgeworth is fine. Apparently someone doesn't feel that I'm worthy of a proper title. Oh, very well then. I shall call you Miss Von Karma and Mr. Prosecutor Edgeworth. Your Honor, Mr. Edgeworth is fine, sir. Now about your earlier testimony. Yes, what about it, Mr. Edgeworth? I would like to ask you a few questions about what exactly you saw. Right, after all, it's my duty to clarify my testimony as a defender of the law. I greatly appreciate your cooperation, Your Honor. Now, the first thing I will need to do is figure out the detective's exact movements. It would appear that this vending machine sells snacks and various other foods. Just lovely. What will they think of next? Don't be a jerk in the court, like these beef jerks. One packet for $9. Defendant fresh milk, 1/2 pint for $7. Stay neutral as the Swiss. You until the end with these for $6. They're awfully overpriced. The lineup is simply awful, period. Speaking of snacks, I wonder if that Swiss roll the little girl dropped is from this machine. I was wondering about that myself. Stay natural as the Swiss. Do until the end with these. The end of what? Well, I assume it means the end of the trial. I suppose this means that one should eat these during a recess. Can't eat during a trial, so I suppose the only time you can eat them is now, huh? I wouldn't mind if you wanted to eat one now. They come in packs of 2 after all. We're in the middle of an investigation. Besides, I don't have $6 in me. If you want, we can pool our money and buy a pack together. If I have to split it with you, then I don't want it. There's really nothing else of interest here, is there? Yeah, there is nothing else of interest. It doesn't look like there's anything contradictory left in this area. I suppose not. Perhaps I should check somewhere else. Did you find something, officer? I think there's a $5 bill back there. Come on, just a little more. Is there no one working this crime scene who isn't a total waste of living tissue? Unfortunately, there doesn't seem to be a single person we can deem useful here. Have you found any suspicious fingerprints, officer? I swear Edgeworth would be... like, both Edgeworth and Francisca are such awful people. I'm so much better than everyone else. And you're all useless. And then Francisca goes like... I am Von Karma. Von Karma is best. All you others are beneath me. It's the... like... if I had to know these people in real life, they would be unbearable. But they're great entertainment. But yeah. No, just the fingerprints of those involved with the case, sir. I guess we know all of the players in this case then. It would appear that way, but I have the nagging feeling that we're missing something. And I suspect that what we're missing is hiding right here in this crime scene somewhere. Like a most ridiculous looking face. That may be, but at least he doesn't look like someone who would tell a lie on purpose. I suppose, but to a Von Karma, evidence is the only thing that carries any weight. Of course, at any rate, this poster seems to be of no use to us right now. And no sense that this fire extinguisher was in use in the crime. If you could already tell from the distance, then why are you wasting your time examining it? Let's not try to rush absolute genius. Your Honor, I'd like to ask a few questions if you don't mind. Where were you at the time of the murder? Did you suspect me of something? No, nothing of the sort, Your Honor. Very well, you may continue with your testimony. Your Honor, it's your testimony I'm after. Oh, I had no idea you were chasing after me or my testimony. I'm getting the sense that I might want to avoid being in trial run by this judge. You know what? That's hilarious because I don't think I ever seen you in a trial that was not run by this judge. Let's see here. Now then, how should I put this? When you get to be my age, you need to pay more frequent visits to the restroom. If you go take a look through the window at the end of the hall, you'll see a small window. That is the window to the men's restroom.
In other words, you can see clearly into this hallway from the men's restroom. When I was going into the restroom, the detective Gumshoe is well, he was standing in front of the vending machine buying something from it. However, and this I couldn't believe, when I was about to exit the restroom, there was not a soul in the hallway anymore. Your Honor, if you could please calm down and explain it to me rationally. Well, I'm really sorry. Please let me regain my composure. It was really suspicious. That's what my finally honed judge intuition said. Although, well, until the murders occurred, I just sort of brushed it off. Ho ho ho, I am Kris Kringle. Apparently this just doesn't understand the concept of staying calm. That's probably all I'm going to find out from His Honor. Mr. Edgeworth, may I return to my other duties now? Yes, I'm sorry to have held you up. Thank you for your cooperation, Your Honor. Ho ho ho! I am the Sandy Claus. Anytime, Mr. Edgeworth, anytime. The judge in this country seems rather friendly. Yes, if not a little wishy-washy. However, I hear that they are known to hand down very fair verdicts. I won't rest until I suspect every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. What is this? It's a pink-colored piece of trash made of rubber. Very obviously a balloon. I feel like I've seen something like this before. Well, all I see is a piece of garbage. But you know, the fact that there is a litter running loose inside this courthouse, it's simply unforgivable. Ugh, it's not like it was me who littered. Rubbish belonging in the rubbish bin. Ugh. Yeah, I'm not doing those very well. What's the matter? I pricked myself on one of these cactus needles. I didn't think the needles on this thing would be so sharp. But what did you expect? Can you imagine how bad it would be if you were hit on the head by one of these? Anyway, this cactus seems to be unrelated to our case. Do you really think so? Because I believe that this cactus sitting on this windowsill is completely related. Well, then I look forward to your explanation on how exactly it is related. So that window on the other side belongs to the men's restroom. I can't sense it. I can't see it. At your height, I'm not surprised. I guess short people have feelings too. The ants are hard at work carrying their food home. It's a marvel that they can pick up such comparatively large objects to their size. Well, if you want to carry the mighty one common name and not be squished under it, you better work extra hard just like these ants. The same goes for you, Franziska. But that window on the other side belongs to the men's restroom. I can't see it. I guess I already checked this. And let's see. Okay, I was wondering if there was a difference between the bars and the window, but I guess not. The dirt on this bench, it smells like some sort of sweet substance. I can't believe there's someone going around dirtying the courthouse. For shame! Calm down, Franziska. Now take a good look. Doesn't the smudge look kind of like a handprint to you? I suppose it could be. Which means that perhaps we can lift the prints of the person who sullied this bench. See, and then we'll know the identity of our mystery slab. You there, the lab technician. Could you please find out who this handprint belongs to? Sir, yes, sir! I've got the results of the fingerprint analysis, sir. And do you know who they belong to? Sir, fingers belongs to Detective Gumshoe. Oh, interesting. Good work, officer. And there you have it. I suppose so. Now we know the identity of the person who dirtied the bench.
It says that you and I will be using this information in very different ways. Now, for the final piece here, what are these black speckles? I believe it is a pile of ants eating away. Oh, that detective, he claims that there's not a single ant slipped by him, and yet here's a whole hill of them. Ugh! What are you hitting me for? As a replacement for that pathetic detective. Perhaps I should add this deduction to the detective's growing tab of pay cards. Anyway, I wonder what the ants are eating. From the look and sweet smell of it, pieces of cake and chocolate from a Swiss roll. Months Edgeworth, the courthouse is to be kept pristine at all times. Ugh! It wasn't me that dropped the food on the ground. The courthouse must be kept clean. Detective Bad, I have something I wish to inquire about. Hey, how are you doing actual work, you? I wish to inquire to Detective Gumshoe's movement during the recess. You're getting in the way of the investigation. I have an order from Master Von Karma himself. Please, plus I still hold investigative authority. So here you were the one who called for Detective Gumshoe to come down here. Faraday, that guy was just accused, you know. I just knew something was gonna happen. My detective's instincts told me. A lot of good it did you. You couldn't even protect one lone prosecutor with it. Francisca, I think you need to apologize. I'm sorry. I'm terribly sorry. Detective Battle, please continue. I used the phone on the first floor and called the precinct. I told them to send somebody over, and that detective, the one that showed up. And only upon his arrival did you see Detective Gumshoe to stand guard. Detective Bat? Yeah, I waited for him on the first floor. After he got here, we came up to these defendant lobbies together. As we entered this hallway, we ran into you. She told us that Faraday was really mad, and that she dragged Will off to lobby number 2 to have a word or something. And that Faraday had said to not let anyone interrupt them. So, what choice did I have? All I could do was tell the big clock to stand guard outside. And around what time did all that take place? Let's see, I think it was about 30 minutes before I heard the gunshot. After giving the big lock his assignment, he never left the hallway, not once. Oh, and how can you make such a claim? One of the guards out in this floor main lobby swore to me he didn't. If the detective never left the hallway, then where did he disappear off to? That is simple. He must have gone into the lobby number 2 just as I suspected. You and I, we were in the lobby number 1 next door. The only one without an alibi is Gumshoe. It would seem that I'm still missing some key pieces of information. Detective Bad, you also heard the gunshot, did you not? Yeah, I heard it when I was in defendant lobby number 1. That's why I came running towards lobby number 2 together with you. How much time elapsed between you hearing the gunshot and your arrival on the scene? Less than a minute. What were your movements upon hearing the gunshot? I grabbed the big lug who was just walking around the hall and raced into the lobby number 2. And that's when we discovered the bodies, in that order. That makes you the discoverer of the crime scene, right? Yeah, I guess it does, little miss. I am about to become a prosecutor very soon. You will treat me with the dignity I deserve, or else. You wave that thing around anymore, and I'll have you arrested for obstruction, little miss. You wouldn't dare. Just joking. Detective Bad is really something if he can make Francisca behave. Are we about done? Is there anything else I should ask him about? I'd like for you to tell me the exact time you heard the gunshot. It was around the end of the recess, and the trial was about to start again, I think. He was supposed to make time for himself to transfer the evidence he was holding, but I got the sense he wasn't gonna show for the handoff. So I figured I should go get him or he'd be late. And just as I thought that, bang! The sound of a gunshot hit my eardrums. So you heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to restart, huh? Are we done here? Are we done here? I don't have time to waste. Oh, come on, all you're doing is standing in front of the door, doing nothing. I get the sense that he is somewhat investigating this crime scene, or rather that he is keeping us under surveillance. But to what end? Take it bad, may I ask that you cooperate with us just a bit longer? I just noticed there's bullet holes in his tie. Like, he has had some close calls looking at all those holes. I don't have anything else to say to the two of you. You guys were the ones who said you wanted to investigate in the first place. Fine then, be obstinate. We'll just do as we please. Come on, Miles. You may no longer be willing to help us, however. May I ask for the forensic scientist's cooperation? Do as you like. This pink rubbery substance, I saw this in a different form earlier today. I believe this is a piece of a pop balloon. I suppose that is possible. The balloon probably got a little too close to our friend the windowsill cactus. That would be the logical conclusion, yes? These bits of chocolate and cake, could they not have come from a Swiss roll? A Swiss roll? Why would a courthouse sell a thing like that? It may not seem like the right venue, however it is being sold right over there. The vending machine. I see. Stay neutral as the Swiss do until the end with these. 2 for $6. Talk about expensive. Leaving the fact that it's on the expensive side aside, the fact that the cake crumbs and chocolate bits were found in this hallway suggests that they came from a Swiss roll that was purchased from this machine. I think I have a pretty clear picture of what happened here now. Naturally, after all, I'm here, aren't I? Detective Gumshoe must have sat on this bench as he ate a Swiss roll. And as he ate, he dropped it on the floor and solid the bench. How could he have not cleaned up after himself? How utterly despicable. Don't you dare with me again. It wasn't I who made these mess in the first place. Anyway, if it was indeed Detective Gumshoe who bought the Swiss roll, that creates a rather interesting contradiction for facts. Contradiction? There. I think another look at the special courthouse vending machine is in order. About Detective Gumshoe's finances, he said that until this morning, he didn't have even a single penny on his personage. Just how poor is that guy? If his bonus really was only $5, then he should not have been able to purchase a pack of Swiss rolls. However, facts being as they are, we found cake crumbs on the floor. And Scruffy must have bought a pack somehow. Indeed. That detective should not have been able to purchase a pack, and yet he did. The question is how. I believe I have now have a very firm grasp on what happened here. Well, I do too. Alright, Francisca, would you care to share what conclusion you come up with? Why should I do that? We're still in the middle of competition, you know. We should be checking to see if your conclusions are wrong first, so you go ahead. It's almost cute that he's going this far to ensure she wins. Almost. Very well, but first we need to pay His Honor a visit to correct his testimony. September 10th, 5:15 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 3. Your Honor, if I may, I'd like to test your witness testimony to see how it stands up. You doubt me? Am I your new suspect? In a sense, I suppose you could say that. Even you, a judge, is nothing but a common witness before one comma. Silence in the court! Silence, I said! Mr. New Prosecutor, recommended by Miss Genius Prosecutor Successor to Manfred Van Kammer, Francisca Van Kammer. You put your tongue again, didn't you? As a defender of the law, I could never give false testimony. You can even place me under oath if you want. Very well then, your testimony if you please. And at that, I am gonna call it for today. Thank you all so much for watching. It was quite a lot of fun, and we made a lot of great progress today. And we're in my favorite case of the game now, so woo. But yeah, guess if you enjoyed it, feel free to subscribe. And I'll be back next Saturday, assuming I'm not sick like last Saturday. And on that, I guess I'll be spawning out. Bye!